We can all feel it. Maybe there's something in the air. Regulatory clarity. Institutional adoption. What once seemed impossible is becoming reality. Instant global payments and FX. ETFs. Everything is coming on chain. The world is talking. But as the narrative shifts and a new era begins, we need better systems that can meet the needs of the moment. Shared systems that create shared value. Systems that are built to last and built to win. Systems that don't just respond to the meta, but shape a new one.
Good morning, New York. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's really actually pretty special seeing everybody in this room, and it is a dream that all of us at Dromos Labs have had for nearly 3 years. So on behalf of everyone, thank you so much for joining us, and for everybody streaming online, thank you so much for tuning in. At Dromos, we consider all of the users of our products to be co-contributors. So truly, you all are the reason we are up here on this stage today. So thank you so much. So the story of Dromos is a story that could only happen on chain. A handful of folks from every corner of the world, known to each other only by pseudonyms, gather in a Discord. What drew them together was conviction, idealism, and if you guys know a little bit about us, some stubbornness. And we got to work. Not the typical way. We didn't go out and raise a bunch of venture capital, but we defined a set of first principles and stuck to them, even when it was hard, and it was pretty hard. So somehow, this small, decentralized team begins to grow and scale. Not just taking on some of the biggest incumbents in the industry, but shockingly, actually winning. And the cool thing is that this is not just our story. This is the story of what decentralized, open networks like Ethereum make possible. Because, as I think many of you in this room know, when you are on chain, it does not matter who you are. It does not matter where you are from. Only what you build, and importantly, what you believe in. So, myself and the rest of today's amazing presenters take to this stage not as advocates for ourselves, but as advocates for better systems. And beside us, around us in this room, streaming online, is a global team of anonymous contributors and an expansive stakeholdership all over the world. All of us together participating in the creation of something totally new. And what unites each of us at Dromos is a common belief that shared systems should create shared value. This is important to us. We stand against value extraction and concentration of power wherever it occurs. But we think this is especially essential when it comes to the critical infrastructure of modern society, because we believe that there is a better way to build it, a better way we must build it. So our purpose is to build common infrastructure that delivers on common value. And we do this through the development of decentralized financial technology. Technology designed to reward every participant. And we combine leading technology with this economic innovation to give every participant a greater share in this new economic era. And we think it'll be a better economic era, at least if we have anything to do with it. Because just as the world came online, it is now coming on chain. And this is actually happening at an accelerated rate. I mean, just look at this. This is a chart of the adoption of the early internet and the on-chain economy over the same duration. On-chain activity is actually growing faster than the early internet did. This is pretty crazy to us. Foreign exchange is live on-chain right now, today. So are cross-border payments. You even see massive players like BlackRock getting in the game. And the truth is that more and more people are beginning to use this on-chain infrastructure, whether they know they are or not. So the future that we've been thinking and talking a lot about, it's not coming, it is actually here. And I just want to take a moment and share one example that I think makes this totally clear. Let's say you need to convert US dollars to euros. You're going on a nice vacation, or maybe you're a small business and you need to pay international contractors. Well, you might go to Wells Fargo, one of the world's oldest and largest banks, and they would charge you about 3%. Not bad. Take about 5 days maybe to clear, but you're used to it. But hey, you know what? You go over to Chase instead, right? They'll charge you 2%. That's a bit better. But actually now, there's even Wise. Wise is a leading financial tech company focused on international money payments. They would take a 0.2% fee. Pretty good. But here is the awesome thing. On-chain, on-base, on Aerodrome, right now, today, you would pay only 0.01% in fees, and the transfer would be instant. Take a moment and think about this. These small online protocols, Aerodrome and Base, are literally delivering a product that is up to 300 times better than the biggest institutions or the hottest fintech startups with all of their money, all of their people, all of their resources, all that distribution can provide. This, to me, is a revolution. And it is one that we are still in the early days of. So Brian Armstrong, the CEO of Coinbase, recently predicted that as much as 10% of global GDP will move on-chain in the next 5 years. This would represent an order of magnitude increase over the size and scale of our industry today. So if you boil it down, we're not just talking about the on-chain economy, but the economy coming on-chain. And this is so exciting to us. But it's not for any of the reasons you suspect. It is simply happening because products built on-chain, just like the digital products that you are all familiar with, are faster, better, cheaper than incumbent solutions. All this is a continuation of a 30-year trend. If your business, product, service, or institution can be distilled into code, it will be. Because code wins. Code is weightless. It demands less infrastructure and fewer people. And it is globally accessible in real time. And all on-chain systems are doing is accelerating this process. And their core technology, the token, represents the biggest revolution to coordination since the very invention of the firm. So, to understand what is actually happening here, let's take a step back real quick. Let's remember why firms came to exist in the first place. They exist because organizing production requires coordination. Someone has to bring together the capital, labor, and technology to create something new and something valuable. And historically, whoever manages that coordination, they capture all the surplus, right? The difference between what it costs to produce and what people pay. And every major technological shift expands this surplus. It reduces costs, it grows profits, but with all of that ballooning profit and value, a critical question needs to be asked. Where does it all go? Well, best case scenario, it's reinvested into the firm. But this just often leads to bloat. The firm gets heavy, it gets inefficient, and in many cases, especially in the digital era, well, it gets extracted, passing through to entrenched interests like executives and large investors. And over time, the gap widens between those who build and those who benefit. Is it any wonder why we have now an entire generation that is more willing to gamble on meme coins than to bet their future laboring in a system that looks like this? I think it's pretty clear. But there is good news. On-chain systems can fix this. If the technology itself becomes the wrapper, coordination itself becomes autonomous and governed by code, something very fundamental changes. The need for this centralized heavy team lessens, the components coordinated by the firm are enveloped, and wait for it, they all simply become users. Every participant users of the same system. All of them now participants in a hyper-efficient on-chain firm. And the impact of this becomes all of these old competitive advantages, they fade away. And a new singular one emerges. And that is how much of the value is distributed to the users. And this is the thought that I want you guys to keep in your head because it's core to our entire thesis. Any industry or product built on centralized value extraction, or any on-chain firm that extracts value to teams or insiders, will struggle to defend itself against hyper-efficient on-chain firms that importantly internalize and distribute maximum value. So in this new on-chain era, there is only one moat, and that is maximum value distribution to your users. So we've obviously got this new name, Dromos. And I want to tell you why we chose it. The word Dromos comes from the Greek for running course or avenue. It is the transition from one place to another. And this is meaningful to us because in our experience on-chain, there is no shortage of articulation of where we want to go. But we think there needs to be more focus on how do we actually get there. So, now that I've kicked things off here for us, I'd like to welcome up to the stage two of the sharpest economic minds that I know. Chris Boulos is a former research economist, hedge fund analyst, and strategy consultant with the Boston Consulting Group. He's also one of my closest friends, and we are so lucky to have him as president of Dromos Labs. He is joined by Omid Malikan, a professor at the Columbia Business School who is a brilliant writer, often featured in the New York Times and Wall Street Journal. So please, everybody, please join me in giving them a warm welcome.
All right, hello. So thanks for joining me, Omid.
Thanks for having me.
This is really meaningful to us, and it's also kind of full circle, as we talked about backstage. The first time we ever talked about any of this stuff that Alex just talked about was at a class that you taught a few months ago, and we got to sit and watch this lecture, and you introduced to us this concept of enshittification, which is really relevant to, I think, a lot of what we're talking about and building against. Could you please describe what enshittification means?
Sure. It's a term coined by the tech journalist and commentator Cory Doctorow to explain why all online platforms eventually go to shit and why the experience eventually becomes terrible. Other people in crypto, like Chris Dixon, have a similar version of this, but the basic idea is that if you have a platform where the users are what makes it valuable, but somebody else is ultimately in charge of it. At first, the platform does everything it can to pull in the users, to give them a great experience, value, etc. But once you have strong network effects, then to monetize, the platform turns on those users. And I think this is something that, like, any of us who complain as to the current state of social media can relate to, but even things like payments, right? Like credit card fees somehow only ever go up.
That makes total sense. And so one thing that we're talking about generally is, I think, this idea of trust that you've actually talked about, right? This curse of history, where you have a large platform that brings in value from users. It starts to become increasingly trusted, and then it starts to be corrupted by the amount of dominance and trust that it's able to generate. We're talking about building an industry that's supposed to move beyond this. Would love to hear your thoughts on how crypto allows us to move past a lot of these failures of the past.
So I spend years thinking about what is the easiest way in one sentence to describe crypto to people, and blockchain and DeFi and all of it. And what I eventually settled on is that it's a better way to build trust in a digital setting. Because trust is very important in everything that we do. In financial services, it's literally the product of every financial company. The financial services companies don't make things. They also don't provide services in the way a restaurant does or an airline does. Ultimately, they're institutions of trust. So are governments, for that matter, when they do things like issue a currency. But the cycle is that once you become really, really important, you're now becoming in a position to abuse that trust, and you have incentives to do so, like you make more money. Or you have more power over other people. So there is a cyclical nature, and technology has always been deployed to try to sort of at least slow down the cycle. Right? If you think about everything from the idea of a contract, right? The point of it is to just make trust more sustainable and less abusable. And the beauty of blockchain and crypto and DeFi to me is that it's a utilization of the best tools we have, whether it's people being online or cryptography or the fact that we all walk around with a computer in our pockets, to try to short circuit that cycle as much as possible and to make the activities that everyone all over the world participates in more trustworthy for them.
So when we talk about this then, how are we doing as an industry? Are we actually delivering on this sort of promise? And what should we be doing if not?
In some areas, yes. I think Bitcoin has arrived and achieved what it set out to be. But that, I think many of us would agree, is limited in terms of the possibilities. Like non-sovereign, decentralized, censorship-resistant money is great, but people have more needs than that. People have their day-to-day activities when it comes to buying and selling and banking and taking out loans. They also have their non-financial activities like social media. So on the one hand, we're slowly chipping away, I would say, at all of the other activities. On the other hand, I am perennially disappointed as to how, without naming names, many of the projects, companies, ecosystems within our industry give into bad short-term incentives and violate the principles that, at least as a headline, we all agree we should be following, starting with things like transparency. You know, like there's just not nearly as much transparency in crypto from protocols, projects, foundations, labs, et cetera, as I think there should be.
I mean, what is their responsibility when it comes to transparency? If I'm a development company and I've built this product, I have, ostensibly an arm's length relationship with that product.
Yeah.
I have a share of that product, or I have some sort of governance control over it. Shouldn't I be totally fine to do whatever I want to do? I mean, where's the failure here?
Well, I think there's a difference between you being fine to do whatever you want to do, which is a separate conversation, and it always being disclosed exactly what you're doing. On the first point, I do think we have to be realistic. Neutral, decentralized projects do not arise out of thin air organically. People have to create them. People have to write the code. Governance, to me, is still mostly unsolved for decentralized projects. But none of that is a reason not to fully disclose what's going on. So like these days, something I've been complaining about is that if the team behind the project could be an L1, an L2, a DeFi dApp, whatever, if they have a lot of money, which many of them do these days, or a lot of tokens, and they're spending it, there is no reason not to disclose how you're spending every penny. And I'm amazed that I have to actually debate this with people, because they say, no, the fact that this labs has $1 billion and doesn't fully disclose where the money is or what they do with it is actually a good thing. And that would be fine if the labs was just a corporation doing corporation Web 2 stuff. But going back to even what Alex was talking about, right? Like we are trying to do something different, and it should start and end with just transparency about everything.
How does that relate to, I think, the potential market opportunity in the entire industry? Is it where, if you're providing a more fundamental layer, if you're an L1, for example, is that responsibility greater? How do you think about the different tiers of I guess, responsibility, opportunity, et cetera?
I think that there is no such thing as the optimal level of decentralization or neutrality. The world is a big, complicated place. There are all sorts of people who do a lot of things that we want to see on chain. Like I want to see everything on some chain somewhere because it builds more trust. And it would be somewhat foolish to say that we're going to have one infrastructure, an L1, L2, whatever, for every need. At the end of the day, if you're doing a $1 meme coin trade, you can make a lot of compromises and trade-offs just to have a really fast, easy-to-use chain. On the other hand, if you're doing $1 billion stablecoin payment to settle a private equity deal, you don't mind waiting a little bit longer, right, for that to settle, or paying a few dollars for the transaction fee. So I think what's already happened, which is that we have an ecosystem where we have different solutions that make different compromises, right? Some of the L1s really try to optimize for decentralization and neutrality. Some go for performance. Then we have L2s and L3s. I think that's very much the right way of doing it. because then the users show up and they decide, how much security do I need? How much speed do I need? How much fees am I willing to pay? And then everybody just sort of like chooses their own adventure.
I love that. I think that if you're focused on an L2, it sounds like if you have a fairly defined scope of opportunity, right? Your responsibility is just going to be inherently less and more dependent on what your responsibility is as a corporation, what your distribution is as a corporation, compared to something that purports to be the most fundamental, security layer of settling all of these high quality, high value transactions,
right,
et cetera. But then turning a little bit to, I think back to this relationship of governance and actually kind of participating as a user or as a governor of these sorts of projects. I think you've spoken a lot in the past about this problem of dual ownership structures where you have these potential conflicts within these decentralized organizations. I mean, what are your evolving thoughts on that? And would want to ask, like, how do you feel about this recent news by Uniswap? Because I think that was a really phenomenal move by them.
I agree, because I think before this, the thing people forget about a token is a responsibility to somebody. I used to say it's a liability, and then people say, well, it's not dead. But in a way it is, because if somebody is holding your token, if they paid money for it, money that they could have deployed elsewhere, then they're doing it because they expect something from you. So it's never good to have tokens out there where it's not clear what it is that you're delivering. And it's also problematic if you have founders, a team, whoever, that on the one hand are accountable to token holders, but then also simultaneously are accountable to equity holders, particularly if they raise money for their equity, because now they have shareholders, and they have a legal responsibility to deliver value to their shareholders. But how does that align with the less clearly defined responsibility they have to deliver something to token holders? So I want to be sympathetic to the fact that these are very complicated questions that even the most well-intentioned teams are going to have a hard time answering perfectly today. There's just a lot we just don't know about decentralized governance, DAOs, all of it, right? And ultimately, like, you need corporate structures, you need shareholders, you need VC funding, but the more you can align and say, look, here's a bunch of stuff that the team is going to be doing, and if they succeed, it's clear who benefits, whether it's the token holder, the user, which is sometimes a token holder, but sometimes not, the shareholder in the company, then the better. So I like the Uniswap announcement because it's what they're proposing will create a lot more alignment than is currently the case.
So you talk about selling tokens, you talk about paying a team and making sure that it actually goes and builds the thing. I mean, what is your ideal end state in a team going out bootstrapping or fundraising more broadly, and making sure that it has its own some sort of stake in the thing it's going to ultimately bring to people? How does this actually look as an ideal end state for the industry?
The ideal end state is that the team eventually just becomes more and more like a customer or user of the thing that they create. It is very hard to do. It probably takes many years, because at the end of the day, on day 0 or day 1, the team is all that there is. And we need them to be incentivized to work hard, write code, make it a project that's publicly useful. We have yet as an industry to figure out what that exact transition looks like, right? But obviously, if you design a protocol and have a multi-sig indefinitely that will control the code of that protocol, that's not ideal, right? That lends the risk of some kind of enshedification, because let's say your protocol does become important financial infrastructure. It's not good for the users that you have a multi-sig, that you can change it. It's also not good for you, because there have been instances where governments go to protocols and say, use the multi-sig to do something that you don't want to do. And the team says, we don't want to do it. That goes against our values. And the government says, too bad. You have the power, right? In an ideal end state, the team says, sorry, we can't do it, even if we wanted to do it. So different projects will take a path to get there. But I have to say, I think the biggest barrier to any project ever getting there is raising too much money. And almost everybody in crypto gets mad at me for saying this because the VCs want to invest a lot of money, the teams want to raise a lot of money, but raising money in our industry is negatively correlated with success, right? Bitcoin raised no money. The people agree at least. It's just a fact, and to this day, I don't understand why if you're just writing software, you need to raise $200 million. 10 million, sure, right? And it's going to be different for every project, but if you have a lot of money in your bank account and you have issued a lot of tokens, right? Why do people give you that money? Because they got tokens in return. Then it is going to make it more challenging for you to not give into bad incentives as your project hopefully succeeds.
The one thing I do want to insert into this is it really doesn't take a lot of money to build this stuff. We're operating at massive scale at this point, and we didn't raise any money. We started with a $200,000 grant and like whatever we were able to scrape together from our own participation in DeFi previously. It doesn't take a lot, and it also, I think it also potentially corrupts you if all of a sudden you have all these outside stakeholders. That's the one thing I just wanted to add there.
And I would just point out for you that I'm sure there were times where somebody on the team thought, boy, it would have been nice if we had more money because then we could do X, Y, or Z. But the fact that you didn't have the money and couldn't do X, Y, and Z was probably, in retrospect, a very useful forcing function. Right? So constantly we see crypto projects that raise a lot of money and they're just doing everything all at once. And then it's like not clear what the actual mission is.
Yeah, it helps to have discipline really early on. You get sharp. But now we're talking about small teams starting out, trying to build something. What happens when you're already a massive corporation, maybe publicly traded, and you're starting to enter into the space in a bunch of different ways? I mean, if we're going to bring the entire world on chain, what is the ideal entry method for those sorts of corporations, and what sorts of challenges are you anticipating coming out of them?
I think on the one hand, I want them all to come on chain, right? Corporations have most of the world's customers, assets. They have the ear of the government. I was never one of these purely cypherpunk people who thought that crypto would be like the end of banking. But I do think crypto will change the nature of banking. And there are many things that people do through banks today that we do through banks because we have to, not because we want to. And there's some similar version of that true for a lot of the different economic activity that we participate in. So the very important question to always ask when the corporation comes on chain is what are they changing and how are they changing? Because if they come back and say, like, we have some internal, say, payment solution, and now we're going to put it on a chain, but it's only going to be available to our existing customers, and we're actually not going to make any less money doing it. That means, to go back to Alex's presentation, you're not providing additional value. So we are in this fun period, I would say, in crypto, where a lot of big corporations are coming on chain. They're issuing stable coins, they're tokenizing assets, they're deploying their own L2s. The ones that I think have a chance of success is when the corporation says, we're going to do something fundamentally different from what we do today, and we're actually not sure how it's going to play out. But we are certain that we want to try to participate and experiment. Those have a chance of success when the corporation, when a bank says, I do payments and I've been doing it for 100 years, and now I'm going to do payments just for my customers on a blockchain. I don't think that actually achieves anything.
It's basically if you enter into it expecting to make money the same way that you did before, you're probably going to fail.
Yes.
And you're going to fail because why?
Because then you're taking on all this technological bloat and complexity that doesn't actually change anything. It's simple. Right? When people say, oh, so-and-so corporation that already does payments, could be a bank, could be a fintech, is now going to do stable coins, and they're going to kill it at stable coins. I am suspicious because, to me, the point of stable coins is to actually take rent-seeking power away from established fintechs and banks. So they can try to use it to do whatever they do better, but if they don't simultaneously say, and here's why we expect our gross margins to compress severely in the next decade, then guess what? There are probably people in this room right now building the stablecoin fintech that plans to have much lower gross margins. And they're going to eat that bank and fintech's lunch in the years to come because they're using new technology the right way.
And users are going to find these new companies how, these new organizations how. They're already on chain. They're working with the different banks. What do you think is required for users to discover better value in these alternatives?
I think it's certainly helpful when established organizations, which could be a corporation, is the one that sort of like holds their hand to go on chain. But the thing to remember is there are many financial firms and many corporations that do different activities. So one of the other things that I think will happen is you're going to see companies in industry A roll out products that today is only provided by industry B. Right? And we're already seeing this, like there are asset management firms that are doing tokenized money market funds and offering them for payments. Right? Like BlackRock doesn't do payments, but BlackRock says, hey, we have BUIDL, you can use it to make payments. Right? Why? Because offering payments is a growth opportunity for asset management firms. So that, and this is going to be true for fintechs. Right? I think the largest fintechs can come on chain and offer value. But if you're a company like Stripe and you say, I'm going to do stablecoins and it's going to be great, then I better see a website soon that says, here's what Stripe charges without stablecoins, and here's how Stripe charges a lot less with stablecoins. Because if that's not there, again, somebody else is going to build this. And ultimately, the merchants are going to say, well, if I can save money and the service is close enough, I'll switch.
If you don't deliver the value, somebody else will, and you'll lose. That's all the time we got.
Great.
But thanks so much. Please.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks. Yeah,
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Chris and Omid. I don't know about you guys, but I find that kind of conversation to be really refreshing. It's not just a conversation about the technology. I didn't hear any price talk. This is really just about the systems, right? And what those systems unlock. Because before you can build better infrastructure, you have to go back to basics, right? You have to think, what are the fundamental building blocks of an economy? And how do they all fit together as a cohesive system? So forgive me, but we're going to do a little econ here real fast. At the base layer of any economy, you've got macro structures. Those define how markets function. One level up from there is the next most essential layer, liquidity. Because for any economy to function, you need to be able to exchange things, right? Otherwise, all those paper bills in your pocket, they're useless. Without these foundational layers, the economy can't function. None of this amazing stuff built on top of it would work. And on-chain, this is no different. There, the macro structures are defined by the chains themselves, right? These are the networks that establish consensus. And just like the traditional world, the next layer up is liquidity. As assets come on chain, and so many are, users need a way to access them. And only with a functioning liquidity layer can any of these innovative on-chain products come to life. So to be clear, to be sure the point is seeping through here, the liquidity layer is as essential as the chains themselves. And just like chains, these layers need to be thought of as open networks. Networks where anybody, anywhere can participate. And that means that on-chain, the liquidity layer is a liquidity network. And just like chains, use tokens as coordination tools to manage block space. Liquidity networks too need a tool for coordination. A token that does three basic things: organizes and secures capital, aligns stakeholders, and optimizes the broader liquidity marketplace. But let's just be honest here. And I think we're all amongst friends here. Today, most don't. And I want to take a moment and explain why that is and how we fix it. So to do so, we need to go back to 2016. This was the year Vitalik Buterin first floated the idea of an automated market maker, or AMM. And this has almost become like water to those of us in the on-chain community, but this was a revolutionary idea. Instead of relying on buyers and sellers to manually post and match trades, these sophisticated financial instruments were distilled to mere code. Now, all of this trading activity, the quoting, the routing, happened automatically. And by virtue of doing this, it made the very act of market making, previously reserved for a privileged few, an open network that anywhere, anyone in the world, anytime could join. Now, in 2017, Bancor was the first to take these ideas and make them real. In 2018, Uniswap iterated on them further and brought them to scale. But both fundamentally were two-sided marketplaces. They connected two stakeholders, traders and liquidity providers. It was simple, clean, but in 2020, and I have to believe we have some folks in the room who are here for this, but it was an extraordinary moment. This new product showed up, Sushi, and it showed the limitations of these two-sided marketplaces. How did it do that? Well, it added a token, and it used that token to reward liquidity providers. Simply put, it paid them more. And if you were there and you remember, this simple act took half of the value and market share of the category leader in 1 week. It was nuts. So it revealed to us a very fundamental truth, that these new decentralized exchanges were not simple two-sided marketplaces, but they were in fact three-sided economies. That same year, one of the first projects that I ended up using when I came on chain, Curve, showed up. And they showed that these tokens could actually be useful. They could begin to align the incentives of different stakeholders, distributing value between them. And so, in these early days of decentralized exchanges, each version took from and iterated on what came before. And it was only in 2022 that I think we started to see the full picture. That exchanges must maximally serve the interests of all three stakeholders. And their asks here are pretty simple. Traders, they just want the best execution. Liquidity providers just want the best rewards. And token operators, that third stakeholder group, they must be rewarded for organizing the network. We call this framework the DEX trilemma. And its solution must be absolute. You can't cheat it. As a report from Gauntlet, funded by the Uniswap Foundation, laid out, anything that reduces the value of rewards to liquidity providers risks creating a negative feedback loop. What does that look like? Well, if you cut rewards, liquidity providers withdraw. Less liquidity means worse execution for traders, so then volumes decrease. That generates less fees, less rewards, more liquidity leaves, and the system fails. This is where the MetaDEX comes in. Based on Andre Cronet's visionary exchange Solidly, the MetaDEX launched in 2022. So what is this thing? It was not just another decentralized exchange model. It was an immutable, on-chain framework, a foundation for building a sustainable, self-governing marketplace for liquidity by aligning the interests of and maximally rewarding all three stakeholder groups you saw up there. But if that's still too complicated, let's just call it a DEX operating system. The technical and economic OS that powers a liquidity network, the essential layer of the on-chain economy. And just as other DEXs pulled forward and iterated on the ideas of others, the MetaDEX combined the best of what had came before, but it wrapped it in this single, streamlined design. And an economic system with three essential jobs. First, to maximally capture and distribute all value generated by the network. Second, to reward those who add real value, continuously redistributing control to those who make the network stronger. And third, to ensure all stakeholders are aligned through transparent and immutable code. And at the core of all of this was the token, the essential coordination tool of on-chain firms. And unlike exchange tokens that had come before, which captured no value and were just distributed as kind of like bolt-on incentives to these two-sided marketplaces, the MetaDEX token did something totally new. It maximally captured and manages value. It starts, of course, with directing 100% of fee revenue of the token. But it doesn't stop there. It also internalizes additional revenue streams. And these are streams that we've just been shocked that no other exchanges have seemed interested in internalizing. They leak them and outsource them to extractive third parties. But we, of course, direct it right into the token, which means 100% of the exchange's revenue from all sources is wrapped now in this token, and that token is distributed to the single most important stakeholder in an exchange ecosystem, liquidity providers, and specifically liquidity that is actually useful for traders. So if you remember back to the sushi example, MetaDEXs can, in effect, pay more than traditional exchanges. But the big difference with sushi is that this is with a token that is actually useful. And in paying more, you get more liquidity. In getting more liquidity, traders get better execution. And because new tokens are distributed each and every week, and I want to be clear here, this isn't a DAO vote sort of thing. This is permissionlessly on-chain. Only active participation is rewarded. In effect, ownership continuously shifts from entrenched interests and insiders towards anybody who is providing value in the network. It is constantly recutting the pie. And the net result here is not a negative flywheel, but a positive one. And this part is pretty easy. It's just more rewards, more liquidity. Better execution, more trades, more revenue, which means we're sending even better rewards back to liquidity providers. And it's important here because each of these groups is only acting in its rational self-interest. And in acting in its self-interest, it strengthens the network for all participants. And this is one, just want to get out there. I'm hoping we can solve this once and for all in this room. Let there be no doubt the system works. The MetaDEX is the first DEX OS to dominate legacy exchange models almost anywhere they compete head-to-head. In markets with MetaDEXs, they capture a commanding 74% of flows against the category leader. We've never seen anything like this. And they are also competing with dozens of other exchanges, even billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar leaders. That is the power that comes from a network that aligns incentives. And that is why metadexes are the only solution to the DEX trilemma. So, all of this to say, this is why we are so convicted that the MetaDex represents the end state of liquidity innovation. It is a system where the token is not a speculative instrument, but a productive one. It is a liquidity network token. And that token is as fundamental to the functioning of the on-chain economy as the very blockchain it connects. And boy, if you aren't convinced yet, and I infamously spend enough time on Twitter to know that many streaming, at least, probably still are not there yet, I'm not just going to ask you to take my word for it. I'm going to invite up one of the world's best and most infamous traders. I'd like to welcome up Jonas, I haven't even practiced your last name all week. Jonas from Wintermute Ventures. How did I not do that?
Thank you, Alex, for having me. My name is Jonas. I lead Wintermute Ventures, the investment arm of Wintermute Group. I'm here today to give you maybe a little bit of a different perspective on the MetaDex. We've actually traded there. We also have had good experiences. We also have had some considerations around the platform. So that's how you should think about how we interact with them and our perspective on the MetaDex. But at first, let me give a little bit about who I am and where I come from. Wintermute is, for those of you who don't know it, it's an algorithmic trading firm. It's been around since 2018. We trade daily $15 billion across centralized venues and decentralized venues. We're one of the most active investors in DeFi through our ventures arm. And as a firm, our DNA is really DeFi. We try to be the trading counterparty to a lot of the leading DeFi applications. That goes to automated AMMs, like a MetaDex. It goes to RFQs, order books. We liquidate across various liquidation engines. We try to be a trading firm that's where all the new innovation in DeFi is. That clearly also states the obvious thing. We will then trade on the MetaDex. And we've done that for two main reasons. One is the liquidity point, because as a trading firm, you seek strong execution. In order to get strong and the best execution, you need liquidity. And I think what Alex has alluded to, that's one of the core principles behind Aerodrome, Velodrome, and the whole MetaDex ecosystem. The other thing that's made us trade there is the economic model. Because I think the economic model has evolved from the early days of Uniswap, SushiSwap, to where we are today. Having said that, it's also a little bit of a head scratcher for us, because the liquidity that the Aerodrome has managed to pull in has been pulled in also by giving incentives out, effectively their own governance token. But that leads me to, when did we get involved with the MetaDex? We got involved in early 2024 when Slipstream was launched, effectively Aerodrome's concept of concentrated liquidity. What happened is liquidity improved massively on Aerodrome. They became one of the leading, if not the leading DEX on the Base ecosystem. That aligned very well with Wintermute's perspective. We wanted to expand inside the Base ecosystem. We reached out to the Aerodrome and Velodrome team. In July 2024, we started trading there. And very shortly after, we now trade all the major pairs on Aerodrome. That's been a great experience for us as a trading firm. But we were puzzled by the fact that Aerodrome was able to get all this liquidity to the platform. And as part of that, we'd also decided to invest out of Wintermute Ventures, our investment arm, into VE Aero. mainly to obtain more knowledge about the project and understand why they were able to achieve this liquidity. And I think we can conclude now, we traded there for 1.5 years. The trading works. It's a great experience. It's easy to integrate. There is deep liquidity. It's a flexible fee model. And there is a lot of liquidity as where we need it as a trading firm. But as you heard, all of the Dromos people up here today, they talk about this trifecta. And the way we see the Aerodrome ecosystem is, you really have 3 stakeholders. You have the traders. That could be, average trader that want to trade a DeFi application. It could be a sophisticated firm like Wintermute that comes to want to trade. What do we want? We want good execution. When we trade there, the fees, they flow to the second stakeholder. That's the token holders. What has been invented is this model of them receiving all the revenues. Sounds very good. Token holders have probably been very happy with the project. It's been an interesting journey. And then you have the third, and probably the cornerstone of this project, is the liquidity providers. They are paid, not the liquidity, or not the trading fees like on a Uniswap, right? They get the error emissions. And that's also what, from our perspective, had a little bit of a head scratcher, because they're effectively giving out their own value, their own equity to pay for this liquidity. We have now been involved with this project for 1.5 years, both as a trader and as an investor. It's been super successful. It's also been a very good experience. But are we fully comfortable on the token model yet? Not really. Despite us being an investor and being a trader, we still question whether the longevity of this model, because they're paying their own value to the liquidity providers. Having said that, they have achieved something which not many projects have. They have now, for several years, provided very strong liquidity in the base ecosystem, and I'm very curious to what they will announce later today, what that means. But I suspect it will help this flywheel they talk about, where they will probably cater even more to the liquidity providers, whether that's through error emissions, revenues. I'm not in the know of what that entails. But with a platform like Aero, it's good tech. We're tech nerds at Wintermute. At least from our perspective, it works well. It's been an easy integration for us from the trading side. It's been a good experience as a token holder. But we're also skeptical around the token model, because that's really what the innovation here with Aero, it's of course a good tech, but it's really the economic model. And we sit as a firm, we want to be involved in some of the new DeFi stuff. But I think the question we asked the Aerodrome team today is, this economic model, it's proven well for now 2 years, but can the Dromos team really stay at the frontier of DEX innovation? Can they really prove out the longevity of this model where you pay token out to the liquidity providers instead of getting them fees? That's also really differentiation they have, for example, with a Uniswap. So I think today, our question to the team is really, can they make this sustainable? Because that's, when we look at the protocol and our experiences is, how is that economic model evolving? And that would be my question to the team and what they will present today. That's the view from Wintermute.
All right. Thank you, Jonas. We love actually working with Jonas and Wintermute Ventures because they always come unfiltered. They ask us some of the toughest questions. And I think that's why it means so much that MetaDexes are not just one of their on-chain trading venues now, but they are an active participant in our system, locking tokens and participating each week. And if there was one thing that I hope came through in what Jonas shared, they're not doing this out of ideology. They're not doing this because they're fans of ours, but just their own rational self-interest. And the cool thing is, they're not alone. MetaDexes are now the infrastructure for over 100 partners. And I want to explain now why that is. The entire journey starts with MetaDex 01, our first product in the original DEX OS, launched in 2022. It took what worked so well in Andre Solidly and built on it. MetaDex 01 brought together some of the best AMMs at the time and provided in-house what other exchanges leak to outside parties. 1 year later, in the summer of 2023, we released MetaDex 02. And this is the DEX OS that powers both Velodrome and Aerodrome to this day. They are now amongst the top revenue-generating protocols on-chain. In fact, in the last year, Aerodrome alone ranked number 5 in the entire on-chain economy, behind only titans like Ethereum and Solana. And this is something, if you had told me this, 3 years ago, I would not have believed you. But that's not all. MetaDexes have generated close to $300 million in holder revenue in just the last year. Let's put this in context. That is nearly 3 times their next closest competitor and literally infinite times the category leader. But, no, we're going to be fair here. Obviously, we've been following the news. So we just wanted to take a moment and look at some of the public estimates on Uniswap's new fee switch. And I've got some good news. Even with the backtesting that we've seen, and these are some of the higher estimates, MetaDexes are still number 1. So when combined with the value of liquidity rewards, these two protocols have generated an absolutely stunning, a staggering, I can barely believe this, $1.2 billion in economic benefit for their users. It's pretty crazy. And it is especially crazy if you remember MetaDexes raised no money. They sold no tokens. They had no VC backing. Nobody was out there pushing for them. So how was this possible? What possible alchemy was this? Well, the secret lies in the MetaDex's fusion of innovative economics and leading technology. And importantly, not designed as separate systems, but together as one unified thing. When you build this way, the sum is much greater than the parts. And I imagine folks are probably pretty sick of all the economics talk, so let's shift quickly into the technology that brings this all to life. MetaDex 02 integrated over 50 new features and upgrades, and I wish I could talk about them all, but I can only highlight what I think are the 4 most impactful and least understood. So let's start with Slipstream v2. Slipstream is now the highest performing and most capital efficient automated market maker in the entire world. It processes nearly $2 more per dollar in TVL on the most competitive pools on-chain. And our unique economics allow Slipstream to deliver the highest rewards for liquidity providers. On average, about 80% more. For liquidity providers, the math here is pretty simple, pretty accessible. More is better. And a big breakthrough with Slipstream v2 just this year was the introduction of dynamic fees. These are swap fees that adjust in real time with market volatility. You could think of this as similar to surge pricing in traditional markets. So in moments of high volatility, fees will increase, driving back deeper rewards. And when things stabilize and reduce, they will lower, attracting more flow and stealing away liquidity from legacy exchanges. Time and time again, Slipstream outperforms, even the latest technologies from legacy exchanges. But we weren't happy with this. We also wanted to be sure that liquidity was easy to access. So let's talk about super swaps. Super swaps is so cool. It is a cross-chain bridge and swapper all-in-one. It, for the first time, delivers traders a unified experience across the entire superchain. Users can now, and by the way, this is live today, swap across 11 chains, all within one app, and scale. And builders can scale across the superchain, all from one app. We also, though, wanted to make it easier for folks to launch. So we introduced Ignition. And I am so excited to talk about Ignition because this is the newest feature to come to MetaDex 02. And it completely rewrites the broken launch playbook, which, if we're being honest, has been a wildly lucrative business for a handful of folks, traditional firms, that have been able to basically charge monopolistic pricing. But if you remember back to the beginning, what did we say would happen to extractive traditional firms? Because yes, launches too can be reduced to code. And to put this in perspective, the potential here is a billion-dollar market where the MetaDex can undercut the incumbents by 90%. With Ignition, price discovery happens organically in the market. And I assume we have at least a few free market fans in the room. Anybody? Wow, a bit more muted than I thought. Wow, if you do like the free market, Ignition delivers. And on Aerodrome, eligible tokens start to trade on Coinbase almost immediately. This unlocks near instant, permissionless distribution to millions of centralized exchange users. And Ignition is just another example of the MetaDex's unique ability to internalize more value than legacy exchanges. Take a look at this. The first week, the very first Ignition launch, Aerodrome generated $21 million in revenue, making it the highest revenue generating protocol in the entire on-chain economy. It's crazy, but none of this stuff is possible without some really cool and innovative technology under the hood. So I want to talk about what I think is one of the least understood components of our stack, but it is also one of the most important. It's the DApp, or Decentralized Application. Our commitment to decentralization is deeper than just governance. It is reflected in how we build, what we build with, and importantly, what we don't. A lot of on-chain projects love to talk about their decentralization. But when you actually go to connect to their apps, what are you connecting through? Well, I hope I'm not pulling back the veil here for anybody, but it is a tangled, gnarly mess of centralized servers, databases, and APIs. This is just Web 2 all over again, is it not? Their smart contracts might be on-chain, but the UI you interact with isn't, the data isn't, and so, inevitably, when AWS goes down, so does the front end. And this is not a trivial thing. These are advanced financial instruments. AWS and Cloudflare outages this year alone rendered infrastructure used by many leading crypto projects completely non-functional. Hyperliquid's July outage cost them $2 million. And just last month, Binance's outage cost them roughly $300 million. This is devastating. With the MetaDEX, though, everything that you see is on-chain. The front end is decentralized. The data is pulled directly. No centralized API, no intermediary service, no indexer. But more simply, for users, it means three things. One, all the data you see is real time. What you see is what you get. Two, it is totally private and totally secure. And three, and this is the craziest one, it has 100% uptime. It is literally as reliable as the chain it is on. And this also means that it is infinitely scalable at zero marginal cost. And I want to emphasize this because this is a legitimate tech moat that MetaDEXs have over more centralized competitors, many of whom will go so far as to ask their token holders to subsidize their Web 2 infrastructure costs. I'm out of time. Okay, well, there is so much I didn't get to. A comprehensive feature set that makes MetaDEX 02 the most powerful DEX OS on the market. But we didn't stop there. In fact, we have spent the last 2 years in research and development, building something we think is even better. A DEX OS purpose-built to meet the needs of this new, fast-growing, on-chain economic era. Or more specifically, a DEX OS that is more interoperable, more responsive, and more powerful. A DEX OS built not just to outcompete today, but to scale with the possibility of tomorrow. So I am thrilled to introduce MetaDEX 03. I am so excited to finally be able to talk about this. MetaDEX 03 builds on everything we learned from MetaDEX 02. It brings forward the best features and adds revolutionary new ones. And to be clear, this is an even bigger upgrade than 02 was. It combines a supercharged economic system with incredible technologies that I cannot wait to share with you. So let's dive in. Now, as we've already discussed today, MetaDEXs are leading every other exchange in their ability to internalize and redistribute value. But in MetaDEX 03, we wanted to design an economic system able to internalize even more, while also dynamically adjusting what goes out in rewards. A fully optimized reward system, more responsive, more dynamic, that powers two new economic engines I'm excited to share, the Rev engine and the Air engine. If you're wondering what these mean, Rev engine means more in, Air engine means less out. So let's begin by taking a closer look at Rev engine. In the broader ecosystem of applications and services around exchanges, from front-end fees to aggregator fees, the total value of exchange-related markets is approximately $1.5 billion. With Rev engine, MetaDEX 03 will now be able to incorporate any of these features and services, undercut competitors, and internalize all the value generated. And use it to buy back the exchange's native token off the market. This will provide programmatic buy pressure on the liquid token. And those tokens will then be distributed each week to token operators as an additional boost on their weekly rewards. Just to put this in perspective, here was the value that MetaDex 02 could capture. And over here, you see the value that the token could capture in MetaDex 03. Got to hydrate up after that one. And yes, of course, this is all going directly into the active tick of liquidity. And in doing so, this deepens a moat already so powerful that even multi-billion-dollar incumbents can't beat it. And we look forward to seeing how it stacks up against exchanges that may soon pay liquidity providers even less. We're going in opposite directions here, and we're excited to see how MetaDex 03 competes. And now to Air Engine. With Air Engine, we are updating the entire reward system. AIR stands for Adaptive Emissions Rate, because with MetaDex 03, the rate of rewards won't be predetermined or merely adjustable, but truly adaptive, responsive to the market in real time. So fundamentally, the AIR engine does two things. It optimizes rewards and it surges rewards. What does this mean? Well, to illustrate this, I first want to show you what the reward rate looks like on a MetaDex today. And as a benchmark, we're going to use the category leader here in Uniswap. Now, as you can see, MetaDexes are able to reward liquidity providers even better than traditional exchanges. And now, in MetaDex 03, the AIR engine will calculate pool reward rates based on on-chain market dynamics. This means the MetaDex will now never overpay for liquidity while still rewarding LPs with more than legacy exchanges. Just now, never more than needed. And we also modeled this out to see what it would look like with Uniswap's proposed model change. As you can see, the gap widens. We project the MetaDex could now reward 50% more. So now let's look at surging. This chart shows what could sometimes happen in MetaDex 02. In certain conditions, the rate at which a fee-based DEX could compensate LPs might exceed the rate that a MetaDex could purely through token rewards. With the AIR engine, that reward rate will be able to surge, increasing the rate of rewards during periods of increased trading activity. And the benefit of this is that it helps ensure liquidity providers stay right where they are, on the MetaDex. And it also keeps liquidity deep when it is needed most by traders, which is in these moments. And once again, we wanted to model this out against the proposed Uniswap changes. And you can see the gap only widens once again. So in short, the Rev engine increases value in, the AIR engine reduces the value going out. But I'm sure you're all asking the fundamental question, by how much? Well, I'm happy to share. Based on even conservative estimates and backtesting, we estimate the Rev engine could increase value in by 40%, while the AIR engine could reduce value out by 25%. This is insane. This is the type of systems optimization that any business would love to go out and announce that they've been able to achieve in a given quarter. And we're bringing it to MetaDex 03. But if you're worried that that math might not be mathing, I'd like to introduce to you one of my oldest friends and the CFO of Dromos Labs, my quant, Dan Wick.
Thanks, Alex. Hey, everyone. It's great to be with you today. We've learned a lot over the last 3 years building the MetaDex. And I believe we have meaningfully changed the game with the economics for MetaDex 03. So let's get into it. One of the core challenges of on-chain protocols is balancing growth with token incentives. MetaDexes are no exception. So let's talk a little bit about fees versus issuance when using Airdrome as an example. Data providers like DeFi Llama and Token Terminal are infinitely useful platforms. But as a user, you still need to understand how protocols work to properly evaluate a token's economy. That's because for most on-chain projects, revenue and incentives come from completely separate entities. The protocol itself generates fees from users, while costs accrue to a DAO or foundation. And because of this, Airdrome is usually at a disadvantage when taking a surface look on these data platforms. So for example, if I'm interested in learning about protocol net profitability, and I go select something, like something simple, like fees versus incentives for Airdrome, and I pull up another similar protocol for a comparison. I see this. Look at this pristine chart. All fees, no incentives. And on the right, we have Airdrome. Incentives are higher than fees. Now, looking at these charts is a bit of a test. Is your primary observation, wow, Airdrome seems very unprofitable? Or is it most surprising that the other protocol appears to be infinitely profitable? It has no cost to operate? This can't be the complete picture. And if that's what you were thinking, you'd be right. And that's because most tokens are not actually core to the economy of their projects. While many protocols look infinitely profitable, most tokens are infinitely unprofitable. Their primary purpose is to be hyped, and then they get sold to fund the team or pay off investors. So while the protocol itself may be sustainable, the token's economics often are not. And that is a core part of the MetaDex value proposition. In the MetaDex, the token and the protocol share the same economics. Our revenue and our costs, for better or for worse, show up in the open. And this has created a robust discussion about what profitability and sustainability look like for MetaDexes. And to be clear, we welcome this discussion. Today, I will be sharing how MetaDex 03 upends everything you thought you knew about DEX tokenomics. But first, a little more background. As you heard in the conversation about the DEX trilemma, dominant DEX economies are about aligning the interests of LPs, traders, and token operators. So yes, token holders transparently face dilution as a cost in the MetaDex economy. The question is, how well these costs are balanced with other forces in the ecosystem. And one of the key features of MetaDex 02 was the introduction of automatic stabilizers to improve the balance between rewarding LPs and reducing dilution. These stabilizers bought back and locked over 14% of the circulating supply. Over 150 million liquid tokens were taken off the market. And this doesn't include the locks from other parties that were incentivized by these programs. The end result is that the net inflationary effect on the liquid token was significantly lower than our first quick look at fees versus incentives. Well, let's talk a little bit about buybacks. Revenue to the token is good. Buybacks are positive. And we are excited to see that more and more major category leaders are finally acknowledging how important this principle is to the growth of our space. but it's important to know what happens to your buyback. And it's often more complicated than what you see on crypto Twitter. METADEX 02's buybacks are about increasing the health of the system to optimize future revenues for token operators. Other buybacks can be offset by sell pressure from unlocks. You have to weigh the buybacks against net new tokens hitting the market. And that's what we're going to do. Now, in order to do that, I got to apologize, because as we're going to have to get down into the weeds a little bit here, look at some complicated charts. But it's important to develop a framework for evaluating the aero economy as a baseline so that we can properly blow your mind with the impact of the air and rev engines. So to start, let's understand what happens each week on a METADEX. In week 73 of the Airdrome protocol, Aero token operators received $8.6 million in revenue. But the protocol produced $11.2 million in emissions, a net surplus over the economic activity that LPs generated in that week. And this is all you see if you only think about fees and incentives. But let's not forget about our auto stabilizers that came in supporting $6.5 million in locks. The protocol turns its original deficit into a $3.8 million deflationary effect on the token economy while preserving the original surplus value that was given to LPs. And this is why the METADEX economy is so powerful. It can consistently reward LPs' excess value while still producing net value for the token economy. Does that seem impossible? Well, it only works because the token has a purpose, an immutable claim on all future revenues of the product. Now, if we take the net outcome from this chart, the $3.8 million in net value, and we combine it with all the other weeks from the last year, we get a sense of the net value accruing to token operators over time. So on the left, once again, we have our simple look, fees versus incentives. But on the right, using the same framework, but using the net emissions figure, we see a different story. For the last year, Airdrome has consistently produced more revenue than net emissions, creating a sustainable system to reward LPs in excess of the fees that they produce. And I just want to add one thing here. You know, you heard from Jonas earlier a little bit of good skepticism. And if you open up X ever, you'll see maybe a lot of less informed skepticism of the Airdrome economics. And I think that is largely because people see and think about this economy when in reality the economy looks more like this. And we're going to make it even better. So what does this mean in dollar terms? It means that in the last year, token holders earned $74 million more in revenue than was distributed in net emissions. Now, how should we determine the net impact of these new air and rev engines we've been talking about? Well, the best way is going to be to look at the same time period of historical data for the last year and backtest the impact of these two new engines on what would have happened to the token supply. And what happens? Sustainability gets supercharged. Starting from our previous baseline, the rev engine increases revenue by 40%. Then the air engine comes in and reduces revenue, or reduces costs by $34 million during this time period. So during these simulations on historical data, METADEX 03 creates a full 2.8x more value for token operators. And the key is, this happens all while preserving the incentive level to LPs that made METADEXs the dominant players on two of the largest L2 networks. And there is more at play here. We envision METADEXs to be a forever product, METADEX 03 especially, one that we can confidently model out for 10 or even 20 years. And as a part of that, equally important to generating more net value for operators is how the air and rev engines impact supply. And here too, their impact is dramatic. Cutting back-tested inflation that was realized by 85%. The air engine meaningfully reduces inflation. Yeah, 85%. Let's go. So the air engine meaningfully reduces inflation while preserving competitive value for LPs. The REV engine supercharges the existing token buybacks while increasing yield for token operators. Our automatic stabilizers continue to do the work they've been doing. And so taken together, the results are clear. The addition of these two new economic forces creates a long-term foundation, one where projecting the growth of fees and revenue over the growth and total supply of the token becomes much clearer and more straightforward. So more to come on this and potentially another surprise tool in the deflationary toolbox this afternoon. But first, the best economics only work if the tech backs it up. And I'll pass it back to Alex to tell you a little bit more.
There is nothing I love more than when Dan breaks out the spreadsheets and graphs. So thank you, Dan. And I hope now you're convinced that the math is indeed mathing and that the best protocol economics on chain are now getting supercharged. So let's shift to the technology in MetaDex 03, starting with Slipstream. Internalized MEV auctions, major upgrades for institutions, upgraded dynamic fees, and so much more. This is Slipstream v3. So first, we have to talk about MEV. It has been a topic of conversation in the last week. And to be clear, this is something called maximum extractable value. We're going to get a bit technical here, but the simplest way to understand this is if you are active on chain as a liquidity provider or as a trader, bots have been dogging you and extracting value from your on-chain activity. So in 2024, Paradigm wrote a paper that described to us a very novel approach to solving this problem. And to describe it, today, MEV is basically executed as fee auctions at the sequencer level. And this is great for sequencers. They accrue hundreds of millions from these fees each year. It's a very good business. But Paradigm asked a question that caught our ear. What if an exchange could intercept this auction and internalize it and capture the value it creates? Well, in Slipstream v3, we will be introducing the first internal MEV auction built directly into an AMM. And it is coming standard. So, yes, I think you've started to follow the flow here. This is projected to generate tens of millions in new revenue. And what do we do with new revenue but send it directly into the token and into the active tick? The net effect being more rewards for operators and more rewards for liquidity providers, further deepening our moat. Now, Slipstream v3 will also be the first AMM that is truly optimized for institutions. And this is super important because institutions are coming on chain at an accelerated rate. Slipstream will now be able to offer Robinhood and Citadel style fee rebates and order flow payments. And in doing so, it will be able to consistently offer superior execution to any non-toxic flow coming from institutions like Coinbase. The effect of this functionally is it can win all the flow from these institutions, and that this can be replicated for any institution coming on chain, building a mullet, and distributing on-chain products. And this is so important to us, all of this is built on chain. Zero centralized dependencies. Slipstream v3 will now also be able to offer institutional grade verified pools. Now, we have already done this at the token level with our novel verified ERC20 token built alongside Self. But in MetaDex 03, we will now be able to plug in any kind of ZK verification stack. That could be Coinbase attestations, World ID verification, and many more. And we think institutions will love this because as we've looked at implementation of verified pools on legacy exchanges, what we see is that they struggle with the ability to build deep liquidity. Now these institutions will be able to tap into the unrivaled economic engine in MetaDex 03. And forgive me, I just have one more thing on Slipstream, and I want to emphasize it. Our modular infrastructure, the way in which we build, ensures that all of these things can be done without any fragmentation of the underlying liquidity, with no disruption to the user experience. And we mention this because when we look out at the market, we are seeing many projects abandon composability. And we understand why. This is what traditional businesses do. They create vendor lock-in, and it helps them drive deeper margins. But this is an area where we are continuing to lean in, and we will lean in on the entire MetaDex 03 stack. But the world's best AMM also needs the world's best distribution. So we are introducing MetaSwaps. I am so excited about this because this is something totally new. It is a bridge, a cross-chain aggregator, and a swapper, optimized now for the entire Ethereum and EVM ecosystem. One product, not three, all in a clean and easy to use interface. So with MetaSwaps, swapping across chains will finally feel seamless. All of this usual complexity, all of these products will be unified into a single UI. So from one front end, users will be able to access the deepest liquidity on chain, no matter what chain it is on. And by the way, this also makes it so easy to discover new tokens across the Ethereum ecosystem. But this is another differentiator for us. MetaSwaps will be built on top of a TypeScript SDK. And what that means is that anyone can plug in aggregators, wallets, centralized exchanges, even AI agents. It's not important to us to try to own the front end. We want to make it easy for anybody to integrate the world's best cross-chain swaps infrastructure. But we also have another thing we want to talk about. Autopilot. With so many new revenue streams coming to MetaDex 03, powered by the innovative Rev and Air engines, we wanted to make it simple and easy for participants to manage, whether they are liquidity providers or token operators. So Autopilot is an all-in-one automation suite built exclusively for MetaDex 03. So token operators will love this because Autopilot will now optimize their weekly voting rewards across all pools. Claim, compound, and yes, finally convert your rewards to the token of your choice, but now from every chain on which a MetaDex operates. And for liquidity providers, in addition to things like automated rebalancing, Autopilot will support things like one-click zapping in, makes it very easy to participate. And if you want, it can also auto-compound your rewards. These are things you would have to go to 4 to 5 different apps to access today across legacy exchanges. Now, it's all in one. And these tools also come with institutional-grade security. We have heard this a lot from the funds and institutions who use our products, some of whom are in the room today. These are fully on-chain. They are non-custodial. There are no oracles, there are no multi-sigs, there are no centralized dependencies. And while maybe out there to the retail community this doesn't mean much, but I can tell you, institutions will not use products with these services, so we have built this optimized for them. But it's also great because this isn't just available to funds. This is available to everyone on MetaDex 03. But that's not all. In MetaDex 03, we'll have an integrated marketplace to trade locked positions, finally. And your days of having to deal with all those Dune dashboards are finally over. We will have an integrated, institutional-grade analytics page built directly into the product. And I'm sorry I'm just giving you the bullets now because we had to cut like 20 minutes out of this keynote yesterday. So to talk a little bit more about all of this amazing technology under the hood, and how Dromos builds simplified, low-risk DeFi products, I would like to welcome up our CTO and the person who I believe to have the best style on the team, Stas.
Hello. Thank you. Super excited to see you all here today, by the way. In 2022, we made a bet. We said that Ethereum is all we need to build real-time, first-class DeFi products. Whatever we're talking about, 1 or 12 chains with 18,000 pools or thousands of tokens. Today, we are proud to say that the MetaDex protocols run on some of the most sophisticated DeFi apps that live entirely on-chain. Apps like Aerodrome and Velodrome, apps that need no DevOps, no SRE teams, where security and privacy is paramount, and our uptime is basically the underlying uptime of the L2s. Now, if we factor in the infrastructure, development, monitoring, and operational costs, we are estimating over $2 million a year in savings just by building on-chain first. So for Dromos, on-chain means on Ethereum. It is the only infrastructure we can trust with our uptime of our products. It's infrastructure that brings together teams and keeps these teams focused on what matters most. That's why on-chain is just better DevX. Now with MetaDex 03, We want everyone integrating our protocols to experience how easy it is to build permissionlessly and be part of the economy on-chain. Every developer with an access to an RPC can enter and create 24/7 markets plugged into millions in weekly incentives. For us, the economy on-chain means real-time at minimal costs and available at most critical times. Now, on-chain is not just high availability. For the first time, AMMs are really efficient, not just thanks to concentration. And thank you, Moody and UniV3 team here, but also thanks to the efficiency of the interoperability. Let's take a closer look. Let's start all the way back where that active liquidity sits. The Slipstream pool. A lot more of them. While Aerodrome alone has 16,000 of those, which is very easy to connect on one single chain, but with many more chains. In fact, 30 plus alone are running an Optimism OP stack. We need a secure and private way to swap. Ideally, by tapping into all that cross-chain liquidity. We need common infrastructure. Common infrastructure that scales, never leaves on-chain, and executes through the deepest pools anywhere on MetaDex. We call it the Meta Lane. Meta Lane is the interoperability layer that powers the MetaDex. Meta Lane operates using generic messages. It's simple, cheap, and future-proof. A common way to deliver interchain communication and execution at the largest scale. As some of the earliest builders on Optimism Superchain, and by the way, thank you Hyperlane also, we are very excited for the next Ethereum release. In fact, we can't wait to see what Glamsterdam release will unlock. And with Meta Lane, we are yet again betting it all on it. Meta Lane is committed to have 100% vendor neutrality and fully support the Superchain and Ethereum interoperability layer priorities. Using generic messages, every Slipstream pool connected to our routers is a pool connected and now aggregated by all the MetaDex routers. Quotes are fetched in real time, and the execution speed is directly bound to the underlying stablecoin transport speed. These messages carry the router instructions, the call data, and the breached swap value in stables. And by using stables, we protect the traveling value from any volatility while saving on the swap rates. To keep the swaps private and secure, sensitive details are kept separate and are sent interchain using an off-chain relayer. And as Alex already mentioned, this is well known as submarine sense. It's a simple commit reveal privacy scheme, and it showed to be very efficient against MEV attacks. We call the new cross-chain swaps, obviously, the meta swaps. And with all the upcoming native interoperability, meta swaps is one-of-a-kind solution to natively work without any dedicated liquidity or solvers networks. And wait for it, as Aerodrome and Velodrome are the home for over 200 million in different stables, with meta swaps, this capital efficiency goes interchain. Thanks to Madeleine, it's also easy to connect and enable new stables, from agnostic XERC20 solutions to specialized solutions brought by CCTP and CCIP. By committing to keep the Madeleine neutral, we fully rely on the growing number of stablecoins, their native security and interoperability. And speaking about capital efficiency and our MetaDex pools, together with our friends from Vending Machine, our research on the dynamic fees, volatility, MEV, which is largely inspired by the same paper that Alex mentioned from Paradigm, this has led us to what we call Slipstream v3. And for liquidity providers, Slipstream stays the best place to LP and be rewarded, now with MEV batteries included. And for partners routing through the MetaDex, we offer fee rebates and order flow payment similar to that of institutions like Citadel and Robinhood. The versatility and modularity of the new Slipstream is able not just to capture, but also internalize the real-time market activity at full, syncing the reward rates and caps of the Air engine while streaming the collected fees straight into the Rev engine. You know, we've designed, modeled, and backtested the MetaDex looking at a 10-plus year timeline. The on-chain SDKs, the permissionless and open pools behind the launch and ignition, the modular registry-based architecture, the new autopilot suite, all of these represent a new set of products ready for the next wave of integrations and contributions. New AMMs, new automations, more low-risk DeFi products. We honestly don't know what new DeFi will be bringing in the next years. So we put together the best we can today to make the MetaDex ready for that future. Now, who's best to discuss that future other than the same Aerodrome and Velodrome contributors? Those who already have been building on top of MetaDex 02 and MetaDex 03. So please welcome back our visionary CEO, Alex, and together with him, Nam from Hyperlane, Jean-Luc from Vending Machine, and Matthias from Wonderland.
My mic live? Are we live? We're good? All right. Well, I can say for my part, I'm just happy to be sitting down, but especially happy to be sitting down talking to all of you talented devs, analysts who are contributing to MetaDex 03. So I think just to start, would love to go one by one and just hear about how you are contributing to these projects. What are you working on?
Should I start?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I'm Matthias Nielsenson. I'm the CEO at Wonderland. We're core developers for a bunch of different protocols, Optimus, Mastic, Aerodrome, Velodrome. And we're doing a bunch of different things for you guys, for the protocol, from relay to some of the voting contracts, some public goods as well that we're working on. So it's a bit of everything.
Yeah, awesome.
Cool. And yeah, my name is Jean-Luc. I'm the co-founder of Vending Machine. And similar to Matthias, we're working with both Aerodrome and Velodrome, mostly on crypto economic optimizations. So we do things from dynamic fee optimization to working on like sustainability of the economics like long-term for this future protocol. So yeah, we're super excited to get into the weeds.
Yeah, my name is Nam. I'm a co-founder CTO of Hyperlane, which is an open interoperability framework and protocol to allow contracts on multiple chains to talk to each other. And in that capacity, we've had the great pleasure of working with the Dromos over the last year or two on, especially super swaps. And so, facilitating kind of like that kind of product experience across chains is like been one of my highlights so far of working on Hyperlane, and very excited for the future.
Yeah, awesome. And Stas, what are you working on?
I have a great team and a great group of friends, contributors like Matthias, Jean-Luc, and Nam. And my role is mainly to try to bring together our vision, shared by you as well, but also, like just like making sure, like we're moving in the right direction all together at once. Lately, mostly focused on interoperability and UX, just building great products in DeFi. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, and speaking of great products, we did just have some major announcements, and you guys are the first ones up to be able to react to it. So what in MetaDex 03 are each of you most excited about?
Same order?
Whatever order you like.
Awesome. To me, it's the fact that it's going to be everywhere and just trying to conquer the whole market, and that kind of winning obsession is what brought me specifically to work with you all. So I think this roadmap shows that vision, and I think that's very, very exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, there's a lot to talk about, and I think the expansionary items are like really interesting and headline grabbing. But for us, I think something that's really interesting that cements Aerodrome is like a more, efficient DEX overall, are like the key elements that contribute to like trading efficiency. So things like the gauge caps, which resolve like the main criticism of inflation of the token. Things like the PGF and Fed, which are much more targeted now to like directly, dynamically move to the economy as it changes, I think are all things that are just making sure that we are cementing the position as the most sustainable DEX. So
I think
I bet I can guess yours. Yeah.
probably not too hard, but I think really like super excited about meta swaps. I think MetaLane. I think again when we started working on Hyperlane 4 years ago, we very much thought of like, hey, this has to be the end state, right? Like this kind of experience has to exist, and what are kind of the missing building blocks to kind of get there, and not just for the drones to get there, but really provide this kind of infrastructure that can be served for many builders, for kind of asset issuers, for everybody around. And so I think just seeing what we've been able to start with super swaps, which now forms kind of into MetaLane and meta swaps, is like, honestly, couldn't be more excited about that.
Yeah. I'm curious to ask, why do you think we have not seen a single unified swapper, aggregator that works entirely cross-chain so far? What has been holding people back?
Great question. I would say, I think the thing that I would say maybe we've painfully learned over the last 4 years is that there is, I think, a fair amount of just infrastructure and code that has been built. And, right, there's so many different modes of doing things cross-chain that I think abstracting that well enough away from the developer, right, I think proves to be, quite an undertaking. And that's why we've been working very much in this kind of open source framework approach, because we just believe it's not something that a single project can ever really do. And so it's really very glad to see kind of that, in our collaboration here, working on meta swaps, we can kind of take that and just help more and more folks not have to reinvent the wheel and build, things like interoperability fully in-house, but offer this as infrastructure to everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, and maybe Jean-Luc, I'm curious from your point of view. MetaDexes and the underlying economics up to now have gotten a fair amount of criticism, but you've been working on these problems for a long time. What has been their secret sauce when it comes to attracting and maintaining that massive 78% kind of market share? How does this work, and how is it going to get better in 03?
Yeah, so we have a great team at Vending Machine that have been working on these problems for the last 6 months with Aero, and I really think the thing that's led Aero to get to this point so far has been that the emissions that reward LPs kind of price in that future speculation. And so you can get kind of, advantages for your LPs, which I think any DEX that succeeds really well is LP first optimized. And then, over time, the trading volume comes and kind of supports that fundamental. I think what is improving into the future, which we're really excited about, is kind of like three main things which improve this LP efficiency, which I think a lot of people maybe don't fully understand yet, or I'd like to bring more light to. The first one of those is dynamic fees. So we've been working to kind of provide an optimized framework for dynamic fees, and we're continually working to make sure that is providing the best environment for both LPs and traders. And I think with DEXs in general, the fee race can be a little bit of a race to zero. And so dynamic fees actually split this up and take advantage that there are different types of traders. So it prioritizes cheaper trading fees for retail traders, and then for toxic flow or for arbitrage, which potentially provides losses to LPs, fees are increased. So what this means is it's a better environment for LPs, and it ends up being a better environment for non-toxic flow traders, which I think is great. The next thing in terms of sustainability is the gauge cap and dynamic emissions. So the environments where traditional DEXs actually had an advantage over Aerodrome and Velodrome in the past were in periods of high volatility, because trading fees actually scale directly with volume, whereas emissions don't. They're based on the previous week's activity. But with this new dynamic fee mechanism, it means that we will actually be scaling distributed emission value based on trading volume, which I think kind of it really brings Aerodrome into that. There aren't really many disadvantages anymore at all, so super excited for that. Yeah.
You said it, yeah. So I am curious because, of course, this week there was some big news. You described the core function just now as you have to maximally reward LPs. What happens when you remove rewards from LPs?
Well, I think we've talked about it. There's been a couple of people that have mentioned it already today, but it does kind of break the flywheel. Obviously, flywheels are great because they can work in a positive direction, but they also have a negative direction. And so if you kind of reduce fees, that can be a massive advantage if you're making it cheaper for traders. If you can attract more volume that then compensates for that reduction in fee rate per volume, perfect. But if you reduce the fees to LPs while maintaining the cost to traders the same, that can be a major issue. You then lose the amount of LP capital you have, which worsens your trade efficiency, which worsens your revenue. And so the flywheel works in reverse.
Yeah, it goes both ways. So Matti, I am so curious because before we all started working together, I only knew you guys by reputation as one of the leading devcos, in this broader Ethereum ecosystem. And what I knew about you guys was that you are very selective about who you work with. Really, I think you choose the people you work with and not the other way around. So how did you come to choose to work on the MetaDex?
That's a good question. And I think to answer this question, I need to give a bit of context on how the model works. But basically, we only do long-term partnerships, right? So we would never do a short-term engagement. We do 4 or 5 year partnerships, which in crypto is like a lifetime, right? So it's a bit of a marriage. In that sense, we need to pick the right partners because we are, again, we're going to marry each other. We only profit. So basically with the partners that we have, with all these protocols and company that we pick, we have some sort of ownership on these protocols. That can be a percentage of the token supply over 4 years. That can be revenue share like we have with Aerodrome, Velodrome. It's either one of those two. If we don't pick our partners right, then we're not going to make profit over this 4 or 5 years. So that's why we have a research team. We actually have 75 people now, core developers, working with all of these protocols, including, as I said, Optimus, Emastic, the Ethereum Foundation, Aerodrome, Velodrome, Oxbow. And so some of these people are kind of just working on a list of targets of protocols that we want to work with, because it's so important to get the right partners. It's like the key. And so now to answer your question, to us, there were a couple things, but I'm not going to talk about the technical part because we have technical people here. It's more about the attitude, what I mentioned before. I feel you guys are obsessed with winning, which is what you need. And I also think that you won every match you played until this point. So you deployed in a couple networks, you killed it in that couple networks, right? Yeah. So that's what got us interested in working with you guys.
Yeah, and I love what you described because you're fundamentally describing incentive alignment, right? 100%. You want incentive alignment with the projects you choose. And one of the most interesting things is, like, I'm sure that you guys have experienced typically that incentive alignment might come through the allocation, right, of a liquid token. But in the aerodrome system, right, in being allocated a voting position, you're essentially an equal participant now, right? Being rewarded the same way the team does, the same way the community does, and that is something we'll be talking about more today, but this is an example of the way in which that contribution can scale, right? Purely through the utility of the token.
Not only that, but we have been buying locked positions
Whoa.
week by week since we started working with you guys.
That's, I mean, I can't imagine a higher compliment. So Stas, I think one of the remarkable things about you is that you have an eye for talent, right? So in many ways, you have helped to bring together this network of contribution. How do you think about scaling contribution to the MetaDex, to Aerodrome over time?
I mean, it's not that of a complicated answer. It's really, we love seeing teams, you know, like that are led by people like Mati and Jean-Luc, where they want to focus on things that they love, they are great at it, and they just need the necessary support and context to, you know, do the best they can. And I think that's ultimately, you know, like the foundation that we are laying through how we operate and how just the economics of the protocols are operating to enable the best talent to stay focused really on what they care, you know, like the most. And everything else is basically secondary and easier to solve by obviously other people like us who understand, you know, like how we can bring this all together. Yeah. So in that regard, I think, you know, it sounds easy, but I guess it does take a bit of extra work, you know, to get there.
Yeah. And all of the devs asked me to be sure to ask Stas's question. So I want to know, what is the story behind Sugar, the technology that powers this entire decentralized dApp that we talked about earlier?
Oh, man. We need to go back to the early days of Velodrome and, I mean, imagine a situation where we are a young team, we didn't have money. You know, the Velodrome is...
We didn't raise.
We did, we got a grant thanks to Optimism, you know, like, thank you guys, which really allowed us to pick up what is really important and ship that. But we couldn't really spend much money on, you know, infrastructure, DevOps, you know, like crazy technical sort of like suspensions, you know, like that will allow you to accelerate that fast. So we had to go back and invest time in, you know, like sort of like from the first principle, what actually, you know, can allow us to grow, like reduce costs, bring the team back to, as I said, what really matters most, building on-chain products. And this is more of like, you know, like I guess a technical answer.
Yeah, I want the other one.
The alternative answer is I didn't really want to spend time on DevOps. I didn't really want to spend time on monitoring. I have my girlfriend is here. She's great. I want to spend time with her. We have a dog. I want to spend time there. I love surfing. You know, work-life balance is critical to me, and I guess to a lot of folks who work together with us. And moving a bunch of stuff on chain and betting on that it's going to scale and it's going to get better, just as I said earlier. We think, you know, like Ethereum is going to get a lot better in the next years. So it's worth pushing that way. Yeah.
That's the story, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's a great story.
Accidentally saving 2 million a year, but like that's a
I like to say we're all kind of accidental builders. We just find something that frustrates us or solves a problem, and we just run at it. So to wrap things up here, I just want to give everybody a chance to maybe just briefly touch on why do you think it's so important for us to be building on top of Ethereum?
Want to start?
Sure. Why is it important to build on Ethereum? I think the thing that we are seeing, right, like especially maybe in the last like year, is that there's a lot of excitement with building on chain, and there's still so many like answers about like what does it mean to build on chain, right? Like what are the trade-offs? I think somebody earlier was mentioning, it's like, hey, right, like if you want to build, you know, a game, like you maybe can take on certain different trust assumptions versus like if you want to settle like, you know, billions of dollars. And I think really fundamentally a big part of that kind of trade-off is security. And I think Ethereum kind of benefits from that linearness effect of like having been around for a long time and having kind of been built with those values in mind that will always give it its kind of like lasting kind of like advantage in kind of providing what I think Stars mentioned earlier about like being this infrastructure as a service, right? Yeah. And so as I think Ethereum, or like the concept of Ethereum, right, like beyond purely just beyond the L1 and the L2s as well, I think it just becomes very critical to like figure out, hey, what does it mean to be a DEX, a meta DEX in Ethereum? And I think that no longer means, right, like, hey, you are a smart contract on one chain. It means you are this kind of like, right, like amalgamation of like contracts and participants that all be unconnected, hopefully through, you know, MetaLane. But yeah, that's kind of, I think, part of the big reason why I think something building on Ethereum makes so much sense and I think works for what we're trying to do here.
Amazing. And I will time warn, so we're going to need short answers from the last two, but Ethereum needs more good sound bites, so give it a shot.
Here we go. Well, yeah, I think from my perspective, they're just very careful the way that they build. A lot of other protocols have optimized for scaling or other, you know, specific advances, but they are remaining very true to their original values of like that cyberpunk nature, which got everyone into crypto. So I think maintaining that in the long term will actually come out to be an advantage.
And I'm Argentinian, so I come from a country with a shitty economy, fucked up politicians, and Ethereum was the only way out. And that's it. Ethereum is the way out.
I think that's pretty good. So thank you all for being here today. Thank you for your contributions. I am so excited for what we're going to build together. So let's give them another round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
But before we do, thank you. We talked a lot today, this morning, about what MetaDex 03 enables. And right after lunch, I'm going to invite up Luis, the executive director of the Aerodrome and Velodrome Foundations, to tell you what they plan to do with it. And trust me, you do not want to miss this. And we will have some very special guests, as you might have seen in the agenda. So let's go get some lunch, and we'll see you back here promptly at 2:30. I hope everybody had a good lunch. Oh, that's great. And you are ready to settle in for a very exciting afternoon. So before we begin, I'm just going to do a quick recap. This morning we covered how as the world comes on chain, the only competitive advantage will be maximum value distribution. And that liquidity is as essential to the on-chain economy as the very chain networks themselves. Which means, and this is important, an exchange's token must be thought of as a liquidity network token, a coordination tool. This is the insight that the MetaDex puts into practice. And of course, we revealed the most advanced DEX OS the world has ever seen in MetaDex 03. So, when we were thinking about MetaDex 03, we had two things in mind. One, MetaDex 02's dominance against competitors proved that the model had a right to win. Two, right now, MetaDexes only compete for about 1/5 of EVM. That is a market opportunity. So, what happens when a right to win meets a market opportunity? Well, to answer that question, I would like to introduce Luis de la Cerda. Before joining DeFi, Luis advised global tech companies at the Boston Consulting Group and strategic investments at Swiss Re. He now serves as the executive director of both the Aerodrome and Velodrome Foundations, and he is here to share what is next. Please join me in welcoming Luis.
Thank you, Alex, and good afternoon. The Velodrome and Aerodrome Foundations were established to serve as neutral stewards to these decentralized protocols. Under this stewardship, Aerodrome and Velodrome have grown to become two of the most successful exchanges in all of DeFi. Both were built on the MetaDex 02 operating system developed by Dromos Labs, but each had a distinct vision and purpose. Velodrome optimized for the future of Ethereum, a horizontally scaled world of connected networks where moving assets across chains is as seamless as browsing the web. Aerodrome, in contrast, was designed for the merging of DeFi and TradFi systems, purpose-built to strengthen the base ecosystem and to serve as essential infrastructure connecting capital to digital markets. Two missions, two blueprints, both validated at scale over years. And now, both of these visions, horizontal scaling and institutional adoption, have become more clear, more real, and at a pace that is accelerating. Since Velodrome's launch, over 100 new chains have emerged. And since Aerodrome's launch, the world's leading tech and financial companies have moved decisively on-chain, tokenizing assets and integrating DeFi into their core products through systems we like to call mullets. Products that blend the mass distribution of Web2 fintech with the open, composable on-chain rails of Web3. In other words, business in the front, party in the back. But in truth, we have not been building for two different futures. We've been building for one, a future where financial institutions run on on-chain rails. That future requires a single exchange, one that unifies liquidity, connects every network, empowers markets and applications anywhere and everywhere. A system that can infinitely scale horizontally and vertically. With MetaDex 03, we finally have the operating system to make that vision real. So, I'm going to play a video to show you what that future could look like. That's right. Velodrome and Aerodrome are coming together with one goal: to build the dominant liquidity layer for the on-chain economy. By combining their missions, economies, and communities, they're creating a single network that unifies every participant under one system. At launch, Aero will go live in every chain where Velodrome and Aerodrome already operate, unifying them into a single platform. And Aero will expand to a new frontier, the birthplace of DeFi, Ethereum mainnet. Home to the deepest capital base in the on-chain economy. With over $75 billion in total value locked, ETH mainnet commands 7 times more capital than any other network. Until now, Aerodrome and Velodrome have operated across markets that represent about $5 billion in TVL. With this expansion, Aero will be able to connect more than $80 billion in global capital. Over 80% of all TVL across the EVM. And the opportunity size is also reflected in economic activity. After this expansion, Aero will serve chains with $200 billion in monthly trading volume. A market nearly 4 times larger than today. It's a step that takes Aero to a new level of scale, transforming it from a leading exchange into the liquidity layer for the on-chain economy. And that shift changes everything. Today, you've seen a lot of charts and details about the tech. So I want to do something different. I want to show you what this all actually looks like. Introducing Aero. Aero aggregates capital and users into a single responsive platform, eliminating fragmentation, maintaining composability, and making it easier to integrate across services. Every barrier abstracted away to deliver 3 core experiences. Trade, the best place to swap any token anywhere. Earn, a single platform to grow your capital. And launch, a global marketplace to introduce and scale new tokens. Let's start with trading. Today, trading across chains is a fragmented and frustrating user experience. You need to know which chain a token lives on, whether you have the wallet to support it, and if you have the right gas. Let's say, for example, you're in Ethereum and you see a token taking off. you go to swap, perhaps on Uniswap, but it's not there. You check an aggregator, still nothing. You dig a little bit deeper and realize it's on Base. But you don't have funds, so now you're bridging. Which option do you take? The fastest, the cheapest? You just choose one. After waiting for your funds, you go back to swap. Nope, you forgot gas. Back to the bridge for some ETH. Finally, you make it to Base and you're ready to try again. But this time, there's no liquidity, price already moved, or you get crushed by slippage on a legacy DEX. At this point, you're 10 taps deep, 5 layers of fees, and you still don't own the token. I think we've all been here. Arrow fixes this. By connecting liquidity across chains, Arrow can route trades through the deepest pools no matter the network. Gas, bridging, all the steps you just saw abstracted away. Now, when you see that runner, you just go to Arrow, select the token, and in one click, swap. Your trade executes instantly. Behind the scenes, MetaSwaps handles everything. All you see is this. Your tokens route privately through the meta lane and efficiently through the most advanced automated market maker in the world, Slipstream V3. And because Arrow is fully composable, anyone can integrate it. Wallets, trading apps, aggregators, even AI agents. In the future, you might be trading on Arrow without even realizing it. And it's not just token swaps. You can also trade VE NFTs without ever leaving the app. Everything directly on Arrow. This is why Arrow is the best place to trade. Now, let's talk about earning. Today, earning yield on chain is an equally fragmented experience. You have to deal with dozens of dashboards, complex interfaces, and middlemen taking their cut. Let's say, for example, you finally bought the tokens you wanted and thought, okay, let's put them to work. You head over to a product like Curve, but as you read about YCRV, TriCRV, CVXCRV, and CRV-USD, you think to yourself, okay, there has to be a shortcut. So you go to Convex instead, which seems easier. They take a fee, it's not a big deal, until you realize that to optimize voting, you need to use Votium. Another platform, another set of fees. And if you want to get the full picture, you'll need to open even more tabs. So maybe locking isn't for you. Let's just provide liquidity. Uniswap is good for that, right? You go there, but rewards look kind of low. You check another app, there's better yield, but they take a cut too. So you look for more options. Maybe Beefy, Merkle, an auto compounder. You open a few more tabs, trying to decide, but at this point, you're once again touched a bunch of apps, maybe paid a bunch of fees, and you still haven't earned a single token. You just want something simple, something that works, something as easy as swapping on Arrow. In Earn, all of that complexity disappears. Everything you just saw now lives in one place. All those tools, all those products, unified. And not just unified, optimized. Minimum fees and maximum efficiency. Whether you're a token operator or a liquidity provider, Autopilot can handle everything for you. As an LP, you can one-click swap into a pool to start earning Arrow. Autopilot rebalances your positions automatically and gives you the option to compound rewards to grow your capital. For token operators, Autopilot handles voting, auto-compounding, claiming of rewards, and even converting them to stablecoins if you prefer. And on top, Autopilot makes for a great mini app on Farcaster and on the base app. For the pros, Aero offers full control. Customizable liquidity ranges, a library of pools, and the most attractive rewards anywhere. The same powerful system, just with every lever unlocked. And to get the full picture, there's Cockpit. Institutional-grade analytics built right into the platform. So you don't need to use Dune anymore. With Aero, earning becomes effortless. This is what happens when the unified network does the work for you. And it's why Aero is the best place to earn. But Aero doesn't just make things easier for users. It also simplifies everything for builders. Launching a token has long been one of the most broken processes in DeFi. Projects have to choose between giving up a large part of their supply to centralized exchanges and market makers, or going on-chain and hoping they can build liquidity from scratch. Imagine you're a founder. You spent months creating your product, growing your community, and now it's time to launch your token. You talk to a few exchanges, they seem interested, but each one of them wants 2% or more of your entire token supply. Not only that, you'll need to hire market makers, and they'll take another cut. After days of negotiations and paperwork, it starts feeling more like a handoff than a launch. So you decide to go on-chain instead. You head to a DEX to try some of the new hooks you heard about. You test a pool just to see how it works, but when you check the interface, your token is nowhere to be found. You also hear that to get traction, you might have to burn the liquidity, which means giving up on trading fees that your project could earn. So, do you go to a launchpad? Well, now you're dealing with snipers, thin liquidity, and an interface that is perhaps not great for your brand. At this point, it's pretty clear. Launching a token should be easier. As easy as swapping or earning on Aero. Aero fixes this. By providing advanced but easy-to-use tools designed to support every kind of builder through 3 simple paths. Aero Launch for permissionless fee-earning pools. Aero Ignition for community-driven launches with aligned incentives. And Aero Verified for institutions that need built-in compliance and transparency. For early-stage projects and launchers like Zora or Clanker, Aero Launch, powered by open pools in MetaDex 03, is the simplest way to get liquidity on-chain. With Launch, anyone can create a pool in minutes, lock liquidity, and start trading immediately. Tokens become discoverable across chains, and by earning trading fees, projects can build treasuries at a critical time of growth. What's more, if a pool performs well, it can graduate to also get Aero rewards, helping early-stage projects and launchers finally unlock the deep, lasting liquidity they need to grow. For established teams ready to launch at scale, Aero Ignitions makes the process effortless. All the project has to do is deposit their tokens as incentives, and Aero handles the rest, elevating pools seamlessly to token operators, liquidity providers, and traders. Your pool gets Aero rewards and liquidity builds organically. No listing fees, no market makers to hire, and no hidden fees anywhere. One second. And for institutions, Aero Verified offers the same easy process with the added layers of compliance they require. Funds and regulated issuers can now launch on-chain safely and transparently, and this is why Aero is the best place to launch. And under the hood, every action creates value. Value that flows back to one place, the token. At launch, the Velo and Aero communities will come together to take part in something much bigger. A single unified token that will carry the ticker Aero. Aero is designed to power all of DeFi. By linking every market under one token, Aero can operate at a scale no other token has ever reached, concentrating the full power of MetaDex 03 to generate, capture, and coordinate value across the on-chain economy. To show you the scale of the opportunity, consider that today, decentralized exchanges generate over $5.5 billion a year in trading fees alone, more than 20 times the fee revenue captured by Aerodrome and Velodrome combined over the same time frame. And with MetaDex 03, the opportunity for the token no longer stops at swap fees. Any product that taps into the global liquidity layer, from DEX aggregators to cross-chain bridges, is a new real value stream for Aero. Together, these services represent more than $2 billion in annual fees. An opportunity that Aero will pursue live at launch, consolidating fees from front-end trades, bridging, aggregator routing, liquidity management, auto-compounder, VE-NFT marketplace, and the value generated by the internal MEV auction in Slipstream v3. All of these services will be delivered with the lowest fees in the industry, ensuring maximal efficiency to users and maximal value to the Aero token. For the first time, all that value can flow into a single place. This is the size of Aero's opportunity. So far in crypto history, no token has aggregated verticals and networks in this way. Only chain tokens have managed anything close to this, and even they are confined to their own ecosystems. And because Aero remains an open network, anyone can participate. Builders, traders, institutions, all connected into a single economy. And now, to the engine that will fuel the future. When the Aerodrome Foundation was originally established, we launched 2 programs, both dedicated to growing and supporting the ecosystem. The Public Goods Fund, which helped bring the leading ETH and BTC on-chain pools to base. And Flight School, which each week bought and locked tokens, distributing them to token operators to grow the network. With Aero, these 2 programs are merging, creating the Momentum Fund. This is the Foundation's flagship program to power Aero. Its purpose is simple: to make the Aero economy stronger. To do so, the fund follows 3 core mandates. Grow, supporting pools to accelerate economic activity. Stabilize, buying back and burning Aero when it matters most. And align, attracting top talent by offering them a shared ownership on the network. The Momentum's Fund first mandate, Grow, is quite simple, but quite powerful. The fund will direct Aero rewards to pools that grow the Aero economy, following the same playbook that helped Aerodrome rapidly grow liquidity for core-based assets like Bitcoin and Circle's US dollar and euro stablecoins. The fund will act as a standing source of economic power, ready to take market share, win flows for the most valuable pools, and help quality projects build a lasting on-chain presence. The fund's second mandate is to stabilize the Aero economy. The beauty of the MetaDex design is that the Momentum Fund, as a token operator, will earn rewards while it helps liquidity grow. And it will direct 100% of this value back to the token. But it will do so in a way we haven't seen before, through a system we call market-aware buybacks, a mathematical approach that acquires and burns tokens when it matters most. In simple terms, the fund accumulates reserves when markets are strong and rewards are healthy. When the markets cool off, the fund deploys these reserves to buy and burn Arrow, following a simple formula. Better yet, it can choose between liquid and locked tokens to acquire, taking advantage of any discounts between these markets. This means that the fund acts as yet another stabilizer to the Arrow economy, reducing supply on top of the air engine you saw earlier. Just to show you the impact of this approach, we ran the numbers. Using historical data on Aerodrome, we backtested the Momentum Fund's rules under the same economic conditions. What you see here are the simulated results. Over a 2-year period, the fund would have removed over 100 million Aero tokens from the market, while at the same time building a stable reserve ready to deploy funds as needed. I'm going to use Dan's framework that you saw earlier from the REV and air engines to show you the full picture of these simulations. Just to recap, over the past year, Aerodrome delivered $74 million in net value to token holders. With the REV engine, we estimated that the value would go up to $177 million. Add in the air engine, now we're past 200. Now, with the Momentum Fund stepping in to remove supply from the market, we see the full potential. Nearly $300 million in net value to token holders. Combined, these economic innovations could allow Aerodrome to deliver nearly 4 times more net value to token holders. Now, these results are based on backtests, but Aero will have no barriers to execute on each of these mechanisms. From revenue capture to token buybacks, all actions are integrated into the platform. We cannot predict market conditions, but that's exactly why we built adaptive systems to make the most out of them. Finally, the fund focuses on alignment, bringing contributors together. Remember, Aero is an open network. Anyone can lock tokens, participate, and earn. The Momentum Fund takes this approach a step further. It actively identifies, invites, and incentivizes new contributors. From individuals building a great new feature to entire teams that have developed great tech but are held back by poorly designed economic systems. We know that the best builders in DeFi just want to create great products and be rewarded for it without having to sell tokens to their own users. With Aero, users and builders' interests are aligned. Mechanically, the fund can offer talented devs a stake in the protocol's growth. As long as they create value, they share in the rewards. You can think of this as a public goods meets mergers and acquisitions, all on chain. This is a system designed not to compete for talent, but to align it, growing the network by bringing people in, not pushing them out. Now, I have some important details to share about the launch. But first, I want to take a moment to share a quote from Bill Gurley, one of the most respected thinkers on digital platforms. Great marketplaces do not simply aggregate a market, they enhance it. They leverage the connective tissue to offer a user experience that simply was not possible before. This is how Aero changes everything. All right, let's talk about the transition. I'm sure you have a lot on your mind, like, what does a launch mean for current holders of Aero and Velo tokens? And how will the initial distribution of the upgraded Aero token work? The answer, fortunately, is clean, transparent, and based on straightforward math. The economics of these protocols make it more straightforward than most, because there are no vesting team tokens and no private investors to complicate things. Because all token operators are equal in the eyes of immutable code. So there are really only two things to consider: the tokens and what they represent. Aero represents a claim on the productive capacity of Aerodrome. Velo represents a claim on the productive capacity of Velodrome. So, to calculate distribution, we started by looking at the revenue for both protocols over the last year. And over the last 52 weeks, Aerodrome generated $260 million in revenue. Velodrome, 15. So their combined value generation adds up to $275 million. Aerodrome represents 94.5% of this combined value, and Velodrome, 5.5%. So the initial distribution of the upgraded Aero token will mirror this split. As simple as that. No preferential allocations, no dilution, and no new tokens. This means that if we had announced nothing else today, no new revenue streams, no expansions, no tech upgrades, each current token operator would have the same claim of the combined pie they do today. But with the expansion to mainnet, and potentially more to come, plus additional revenue streams from sources like the Rev Engine, MEV auctions, and all the others we shared today, the total addressable market for Aero is much more than Aerodrome and Velodrome combined. This split doesn't translate to the same share of the same pie, but the same share of a potentially much bigger one. This is how the distribution will work. Now, let's hit on a few more important details. First, the home base for Aero, the hub from which every spoke of the network will extend, will be Base. Base has been an incredible partner to Aerodrome, and now it becomes the center of gravity for the entire on-chain economy. With low cost, high speed, and a thriving ecosystem, Base offers the perfect environment for scaling global liquidity. It gives Aero unmatched reach, connecting millions of Coinbase users to the full power of the Aero network. It's a perfect combination. The world's most advanced liquidity engine anchored to the fastest growing chain in the ecosystem. The core contributing dev code behind Aero will continue to be Dromos Labs, the creators of MetaDex 03. And they will be joined by some of the most talented builders in DeFi, many of whom you heard from today, such as Wonderland, Vending Machine, Hyperlane, Mellow, and as I already mentioned, we are actively looking for others to join and contribute in the future. Aero will also be audited by the best in the industry. Chain Security, Mixbytes, and Sherlock are ready to review code. And we're in talks with some of the best builders, institutions, and funds in the industry who are ready to join Aero day one on Ethereum mainnet. Development is well underway, and we expect it to launch Q2 2026. Much more to come and more to discuss in the coming weeks and months. So stay tuned. And now, join me in welcoming back to the stage Alex Cutler. Thank you.
Oh man, are you all excited? This is awesome. So, for the first reaction to this news and a conversation about the on-chain economy, I wanted to invite up somebody who I consider both to be a friend and a mentor. Welcoming Jesse Pollock.
Hello, everybody. It looks like everyone can hear me and see. I wish I was with all of you in New York right now. Unfortunately, I'm not able to be there, but super excited to be here and super fired up about the future of Airdrome.
It is so exciting to have you here, Jesse. You know, you've been there since the beginning of Aerodrome, right? At a time when Base was just getting started, Aero was just getting started, and recently at Basecamp, you gave me the opportunity to have the first reaction to the news that Base was exploring the token. So I want to give you the same opportunity for the first reaction to MetaDex 03 and the new Aero.
I'm fired up. I think that, from the beginning, we felt that we wanted Base to be a bridge, not an island. And I think as we think about this next chapter of Airdrome, that's exactly what's happening. When we started working together, which, is almost 3 years ago now, I still remember you guys reaching out and saying, hey, we want to come and build Airdrome on Base. And at the time I was like, how did we get so lucky to have these people, being excited about coming and working with us? And then over the last 3 years, we have built, basically the deepest liquidity in the world on Base right now for the top pairs, for Ethereum, for Bitcoin, for so many other assets. There's no better place to trade to get access to these markets than on Base. And I think the opportunity now and the opportunity that the next chapter of Aero brings and MetaDex 03 is how do we bring those markets to more people? Both from an interoperability perspective, which is going to happen with the connection into Ethereum, all the other L2s, layer ones like Arc, and I'm sure other chains. How do we bring that liquidity to make it so everyone has access to the market? And then also from a user experience perspective, it was so awesome to see the kind of new products that y'all are rolling out and how it's, built for the mini app kind of context, where we're increasingly seeing that people are going to be engaging with this new global economy through kind of these aggregator super apps like the Base app, and having Aerodrome be an easy, friendly way for anyone to get started, swapping or kind of participating in this new market, I think is incredibly exciting. And so for me, this feels like the logical next step, 3 years in to further our vision of building a global economy that works for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, it is incredible because you think about all the growth in the last 3 years of the on-chain economy. You think about things like the Base app, the DEX integration on Coinbase. I mean, you guys have one of the most trusted brands in the world when it comes to crypto. And you've said your mission is to bring the world on-chain. What does that mean for you? How has that led to things like the Base app, like the DEX integration, and how you are thinking about this seemingly so different than so many other consumer crypto companies?
Yeah, I think when we started building Base, we originally conceived of it as a platform for Coinbase. Like that was the first idea. It was like we needed to have a place where we could build our on-chain products as a business. And to do that, we wanted to build literally a software platform where we could write EVM code, we could make it secure, we could make it trustworthy, and then we could integrate it into the Coinbase products. But I think, within a few months of rolling Base out to the world and getting outreach from folks like y'all starting to work with us, I think we started to realize that, wow, yes, this can be a platform for Coinbase, but if we just built a platform for Coinbase, we'd be underselling ourselves and underselling the impact that we could have on the world. And so that really kind of gave us this forcing function to pull back and say, what is our mission? And the mission that we distilled out was we want to build a global economy that increases innovation, creativity, and freedom. And that flows from Coinbase's mission, which has been to increase economic freedom all around the world. You can think about Coinbase trying to do that with economic freedom, and Base building the economy where that can actually happen. And so that North Star, a North Star of building a global economy, I think has been the anchor for us over the last 3 years. And it's been kind of this source of long-term thinking that I think has really pushed us to think through, not what are we doing week over week, quarter over quarter, but instead, how do we make change in the world year over year? How do we make it so every single country can come on chain? Well, we do that by bringing every single country's currencies on chain. Yeah. And today we have 16 different countries with their currencies on chain on Base, all of their liquidity being built in Airdrome, and FX being increasingly an order of magnitude more efficient on chain, on Base with Airdrome than any other kind of off-chain provider in the world. We do that by building an interface that actually makes this economy accessible to people. And that's the Base app. Which is the easiest place to earn in this new economy, whether you're posting and earning or trading and earning or building community and earning, having that trustworthy place where you can actually do those things in a way that is easy and you feel confident and safe. That's the Base app. And I think it also is about how do we make this economy work for everyone. And this brings me to something that was just happening on Twitter today over the last maybe 24 hours, where people are talking about farmers and airdrop farmers, and there's honestly like a lot of like almost hatred for airdrop farmers. And what I said this morning is airdrop farmers are people who want to come and participate in this new economy and earn from it. Yeah. And right now, maybe they don't have the best opportunities and they're checking boxes and going down lists, but it's our job as builders to make that economy work for them and to make it so that they get the skills, they build those skills so that they can meaningfully contribute to this economy that we're all building together. And so from the beginning for Base, it really has been, how do we build that global economy? How do we increase innovation, creativity, and freedom? How do we bring the entire world on chain? And how do we do it at like every single layer of our strategy so that it all works together and that it can happen on a multi-year, multi-decade, hopefully multi-century timeline?
Yeah. I mean, it's so exciting. We opened with a quote at the beginning where Brian was talking about the size and scale of the economy coming on chain that he expects in the next 5 years. And I mean, I think we can see this playing out in real time. I am curious to hear, I've heard you say that you almost think of Base as a bridge, right? Maybe a bridge between the traditional world, the creator world, but also a bridge within this broader Ethereum ecosystem. Could you elaborate a bit more on how you guys are thinking about Base as a bridge?
Yeah, and this was a value that we kind of staked out a few months into Base, similar, like right when we came up with our kind of mission, we went through a process of setting values, and one of the ones that really bubbled up was this idea that we wanted Base to be a bridge, not an island. And you saw that in the technical design of Base, right? We decided to build as a layer 2 with Ethereum because we wanted to be connected into Ethereum. Be a bridge for Coinbase's customers to Ethereum, but also serve as a bridge for Ethereum to come get access to all the incredible things being built on Base. You saw this in our decision to build with Optimism in the OP stack, where we wanted to contribute to a shared technology standard that many other people could leverage so that other companies could also come on chain. And then I think most recently, you've actually seen this with us saying, hey, we don't want to just be a bridge to Ethereum and layer 2s. We also want to be a bridge to other parts of the ecosystem, like Solana. We're launching a Solana bridge in the next week, which will let developers bring all of the assets from Solana into Base, and also let developers bring all of the assets from Base to Solana, which is going to let all of these people build better experiences that just work for users and abstract that complexity. And I think there were two things that really drove this. One was, I had worked at Coinbase for the last 5 years and had been following Coinbase for a decade, and Coinbase always had in its head this idea that it was going to be a bridge for people to come into the crypto economy. right? It was going to be the on-ramp, the thing that brought people in. And it felt really important that we continued to live that value in how we built Base. And then the other thing is, I think as we took a step back and thought about what does it actually mean to be a global economy, one of the things that really struck us was that we didn't want to just use new technology to rebuild old systems, where those systems would be fragmented and they'd be siloed and isolated. Instead, we wanted to figure out how do we use this new technology to build a better system, to build a better global economy that actually connects everybody. And we don't get there by having a ton of isolated L1s run by corporations. Instead, we get there by having interconnected chains that actually work together. And so that's been the North Star for us from for Base from the beginning. We always say, like, it's our job to grow the pie, and the best way to grow the pie is to do it together. And for me, honestly, it's exciting to see Aerodrome kind of like leaning into that as well, right? Aerodrome started on Base, but now is embodying the vision, which is we want to be a bridge, not an island. We want to make it so everyone everywhere gets access to incredibly deep liquidity, and everyone everywhere gets access to these really best-in-class experiences. And so, that for me is it's motivating. It's like, you know, when people match me and say, "Hey, we want to go do this thing as well. We want to do it really well." That gets me fired up to push even harder.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are many reasons why the relationship between us has been so great. I think part of it's the shared values, right? We talked about at the beginning the mission of Dromos Labs being that shared systems should create shared value, right? We're going to build the infrastructure to do this. And then Luis from Aero shared that the goal is to create this single unified liquidity layer, right? Give everybody in the on-chain economy access, discoverability to all the best assets and all that fun stuff. So I think clearly we're coming at the same problems in very similar ways. So I'm curious, you've talked about Base being like the next true like on-chain capital market. I'm just curious how you are thinking about the future of Base in that context and what you would like to see from protocols like Aero to help you get there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that in the global economy, we're going to have the most vibrant, deepest, richest capital market that has ever existed in the history of humanity.
Let's go.
And that's what we're building on Base. And there's kind of two broad ways I think about the things that are going to be in that capital market. There is one very large sector of kind of taking all of existing finance and moving it on chain. This is things like tokenizing stocks. It's things like moving local currencies on chain and FX, bonds, perps, all of this different infrastructure that has developed over the last 60 years, 100 years in the United States capital markets and in other kind of like local capital markets around the world, and figuring out, okay, how do we use this new technology stack, this kind of code as software that can use money and identity out of the box to make those systems more efficient, so that instead of having markets open 9 to 5, we have markets open 24/7, 365. And instead of settlement taking 3 days, we have settlement that's taking milliseconds. Like that is going to be a massive, massive part of building this global capital markets, bringing all the existing capital structures into this new platform. And we're seeing really exciting growth on this thus far, and I'm excited to see that keep expanding. I'd say the other part of this capital market that I'm also very, very excited about is I think there's going to be a huge swath of new kinds of capital formation that were impossible in the legacy systems that are now newly possible. And I think we started to see kind of like sparks of this with meme coins, but that we're starting to see it much more kind of like seriously play out with things like creator capital markets, where you have creator coins and content coins, with things like kind of this emerging company capital markets, where you have early stage products and app coins that are tokenizing to help with distribution, to help with growth. And I think that category, it's hard to reason about because we don't have the one-to-one parallel in the existing financial system. And I actually think that means that the world is probably underestimating how big it is. For instance, if you look at the internet today, the internet runs on creators and content. There's literally trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars of market cap powered by feeds that comes from creators and content. I believe that creators and content and creator capital markets are multi-trillion-dollar markets, and that they're going to come on chain on Base. Same thing with this kind of early app coin and app capital market structure. That there's millions of apps in the App Store. They generate huge amounts of value. I think that those folks are going to have huge opportunity to tokenize and to get value out of them. And that's going to be a multi-trillion-dollar market. Yeah. And so that space, I'd say, is probably the thing that's most exciting to me. I'm obviously excited about replatforming all the existing systems. We're going to make them work great. They're going to be 10 times more efficient. They're going to be 10 times more global. Yeah. But the thing that gets me out of bed every morning is builders and watching builders push the limits of what's possible and invent new things. Yeah. And I think it's those capital markets that are going to be really, really kind of at the edge that builders are going to push forward. Now, how can Aerodrome help with that? I mean, I think Aerodrome's already, having an incredible impact on our capital markets. It's been so cool to see FX, for instance, developing really deeply on Aerodrome on Base. It's also been really powerful to see kind of this new model of TGEs that are happening where it's all permissionless. So people can launch, they're instantly listed on Coinbase through the DEX integration. There's no listing fees, it all just works. And I think we just want to keep pushing on those things. The thing for me is the way that we can build the healthiest, deepest, most effective capital markets is by giving as many people access as possible. And then by trying to create kind of the visibility and transparency in those markets so that people have the right information to make decisions. And I think the more people we can give access, and then the better information we can give everyone, the better and healthier markets we're going to have as people start to invent these new things and as they start to bring in all of the existing finance that makes the world work today.
Yeah, I love it. We truly think these on-chain systems, right? They're not just more efficient. They're not just always on. It's not just better products, but they help create better systems, right? That reward all participants in ways that, traditional systems have, frankly, failed at times. So, I'm just curious, Jesse, because I think we've got a wide range of kind of audience perspectives. We no doubt here have some on-chain natives. We have some funds, institutional side. But when I've seen you speak, as I have many times over the last 3 years, I think you can frame up probably better than almost anybody I know, like examples of literal life-changing events, like why this technology matters. So I would just be curious, is there an example, a story? I mean, I know you are such an evangelist that sometimes you will go out on the street and try to get people to come on chain. But what is the way, right? When you boil this all down, why does this matter to people?
Yeah. I mean, I'll sound like a dead record and people, maybe will make fun of me for it. But, a big part of me is a builder. And I love being a builder. Like it's my joy to get to lead Base on a day-to-day basis and have built that from the ground up. But there's another big part of me that's a creator. You probably see it if you follow me on Twitter. It's like all day I'm just like taking ideas and turning them into content that I create. And one of the really rewarding things about being a creator in this kind of new economy that's emerging is that it's global. And so alongside me creating content every single day, I get to consume content from other people, and then I get to have conversations with people about their experience of creating content in this new economy. And one of the things that strikes me is on a day-to-day basis, I am talking with creators in Nigeria, in Iran, in Argentina, in the Philippines, in Indonesia, and countless other countries around the world. And what they're telling me is that before Base and before the new creator capital markets and the new creator economy that's being built on Base, they had no way to make money from their creativity. And they were basically cut out of the system. A system that, again, has generated trillions of dollars of market cap and hundreds of billions of dollars of revenue every year. The creators were getting cut out. And now on a daily basis, I'm hearing people say, my life has been changed. Because now I can create and I can actually earn. And for some people, it's not that much, right? Maybe they're earning $1 or $2, depending on where you are in the world. That actually might be a lot. But I think the thing is this access, this ability for people to participate in the system and earn from the system is a totally 0 to 1 phenomenon. Where before they went from, I am only able to earn money from my kind of like local economy and the opportunity and the access that is there. And now they're participating in a new global economy. And they're seeing that the opportunity there is actually much better.
Yeah.
And so those stories, the DMs that I have every single day of people's lives literally being changed by bringing their content and their creativity into these new capital markets. And again, it's not just creators. We're also seeing it with builders who are building apps for the first time and getting distribution and earning directly from that. That to me is the most striking thing. And I think, you know, one of the things that's most remarkable about it is, you know, I live in the United States. You guys are in New York today, and you know, oftentimes when I talk to people in the United States, the reaction that I get from folks is, "What's crypto even good for?" You know, they're like, "What? You know, what's this crypto thing? Like, my credit card works fine." And the juxtaposition for me on a daily basis of like going to, you know, drinks with a group and people asking me that, and then like opening up my phone and talking to the 15-year-old creator in some country who, you know, had no access and his life has been changed by this new technology is so stark.
Yeah.
And I think that it leads to a blind spot among, you know, American citizens and American builders and, you know, really people building in developed countries around the world around just how much opportunity is actually being created right now in these new systems and how impactful that is already being and will continue to be as we grow them, you know, even further over the next few years. And so, you know, I'm just fired up. It gets me so fired up every single day to see people's lives being changed.
Yeah. We had a panel earlier, and the last question was, you know, why Ethereum? Why are you building here? And one of the answers was simply, I was from Argentina, and it was my only way out, right? And that does put it into perspective. But speaking of Ethereum, you guys, you know, had the fastest, most meteoric rise, right? In base becoming the #1 L2 on Ethereum. And I believe it just took like a year or so, right? It was that fast. I am just curious, as you think about the next year of base, what's next? What's ahead?
Keep building. It's still day one.
Yes,
you know,
I was waiting for it. I was trying to get there.
I just got back from we did a 1-day offsite with my leadership team. People flew in Sunday, did a Monday, flew out Tuesday morning, and we were thinking about 2026 and where we go in 2026. And I think the observation that we have is, you know, the chain is cooking, it's growing, it's scaling. We just doubled capacity over the last 30 days. We're seeing more demand than ever for people across the whole spectrum, from small builders to the largest institutions in the world. You know, JP Morgan just launched their bank deposit token today, fully live to customers. And so that's the chain side. On the app side, it's not publicly available yet. It's still in beta, but we've been rolling that out kind of week over week, and we're seeing really strong retention, really strong engagement. We're working towards a public launch later this year, before the end of the year, which I'm really excited about. And we're seeing that, you know, it is solving people's problems. It's letting them come into this new economy and earn. And whether they're creating and earning, or they're building and earning, or they're trading and earning, or they're onboarding or earning, that opportunity to earn is a really powerful hook that has already working for tens of thousands of people in the app today. And we expect many, many millions more in the weeks and months ahead. And so now that we have the chain working and we have the app working, I think the opportunity is, how do we bring that to as many people as possible? And how do we use that as top of funnel to make it so that all of the builders and all of the creators who are building this economy with us win as base wins. And so that's what we're going to be focused on in 2026. You know, we have built a global growth team over the last year. We now have country leaders in 16 countries around the world: Nigeria, Kenya, you know, Argentina, Indonesia, India, Singapore, 16. We're going to scale that probably to something like 25 to 30 in the first half of next year. We have 16 different countries with their currencies on chain. We're going to try and get that to 50 next year. And we now have these products, the chain that's working, the app that's working. And what we're going to do is we're going to go and distribute in every single country in the world. And we're going to make it work for folks in that country by connecting them to the global economy. And so, you know, I think the thing for us is, it's a year of execution ahead, where it's all about how do we continue to grow this product and grow this ecosystem and grow this economy while living up to our values and the things that we stand for, and bringing the entire world on chain. And I'm excited that hopefully all of the people in this room and many, many more people around the world are going to be a part of doing that with us.
Yeah. I mean, I'm excited to be a part of doing this with you, but I think I will ask one last question as we close things out here. I think we've got a lot of builders in this room. We probably have a lot of builders watching online, creators too, but what advice do you have for anybody who is entering this new on-chain ecosystem, you know, like we did all those many years ago? What advice do you have as people are getting started in this new on-chain economy?
Yeah, I'd say the most important thing is showing up and learning. That's it. It's like if you show up every day and you give your best and then you learn and you get better, everything else will take care of itself. And I think, you know, no one's ever going to be perfect. We're never perfect. I'm never perfect. But that drive, the drive to show up again and again, even when you get knocked down, I think that that's the most important thing. And because we now have this global economy that everyone can participate in, it means that you're no longer restricted from showing up depending on where you live or where you were born or what phone you have. Everyone can show up.
Yeah.
And I think you'd be surprised that you know, maybe not that many people are really ready to do the work to show up every single day. And so if there's one thing I could say, it would be figure out how you can find that inside of yourself to just show up, whether it's good or bad, to ship, to build, to create, to learn, and to get better.
I love that, and I think we've seen that sort of dogged perseverance, like in you, in the entire base team. It's what helped draw us to the ecosystem. I think we obviously have that same sort of dog in us as well, pushing and driving and trying to make this vision of this new, better on-chain economy work. And you know, Jesse, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for all the support you've given me, to Aerodrome, to the entire base ecosystem, and I really hope that we can make this vision real.
Amazing. Well, thanks for having me. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Keep building, keep creating, and stay based.
All right, still day one, Jesse. See you in Argentina.
See you in Argentina.
All right, well, there is nothing more energizing to me than chatting with Jesse, right? Really, I think gives you the juice to maybe push through the last bit of what's been a long day and a long week. So next up, I thought it would be nice to hear from some of the builders who will be building on top of MetaDex 03 and the new Arrow. So please welcome up to the stage Will Papper from Syndicate, Ivan from Reserve, Vince from Frax, and Danny from Morpho, and Erwan, our VP of Partnerships.
Discombobulated.
Good to see you.
Thanks, Alex. I'm really excited to get into this discussion. Danny, we've just heard that Arrow is expanding to mainnet. What's your first reaction to that big news?
Music to my ears. It's something we love to see at Morpho.
Yeah.
And just to speak a little bit more in detail, you know, I always talk about, you know, building up a liquidity ecosystem on the different chains we operate at. And Aerodrome really allows our curators who manage risk on the Morpho network to bootstrap their own markets and to, you know, by purchasing VE Arrow, direct liquidity rewards to markets they care about to make sure that there's enough DEX liquidity to liquidate potential positions, keeping their lenders safe. And to do that permissionlessly, instead of going through the slower institutional partnership process, you know, be able to do that permissionlessly is something we love to see, and spreading that to more chains, like I said, music to my ears.
Awesome. Vince, Ivan, I'd also like to hear your thoughts and how you see it shaping your liquidity cross-chain. Let's start with you, Ivan.
Yeah, definitely. I think the MetaDex model has proven itself, and it has now a strong track record at scale. As a protocol that is deployed on both mainnet and base, we see it as a perfect natural step to be able to use our VE Arrow position cross-chain to sustain the liquidity and build the liquidity for assets not only on base but also on mainnet. So it's a good opportunity to reevaluate our liquidity strategy on mainnet and be able to leverage our VE Arrow position there as well.
Yeah, from the Frax perspective, we are fired up about this.
We've been early partners of Aerodrome and Velodrome from the early days, but Frax being a early DeFi protocol that started back in 2020, we have a lot of liquidity of our assets, a large on-chain community base and user base that lives on Ethereum mainnet. And so while we still are very big believers of this cross-chain, multi-chain future, we make sure that our assets are cross-chain compatible as much as possible. We want to be one-to-one interoperable across 20, 30 plus different blockchains. We build on top of Layer 0, their OFT standard. But at the same time, again, our liquidity and our assets are largely on Ethereum mainnet. And so seeing the incentive efficiency that Aerodrome and Velodrome bring to Ethereum mainnet makes us super excited to explore bringing some of our proof of liquidity assets that live on other mainnet dexes and bring that over to Aerodrome, given that increased efficiency and tooling that they bring to the ecosystem.
Great. I mean, as you said, like Frax and Reserve have both been using Velodrome and Aerodrome since the early days. What made you jump in so early, and what's kept you around?
Yeah, so for Frax, we have been very early and active in DeFi, like I said, back in 2020, and early on in the Curve ecosystem, where there was a lot of activity in terms of growing on-chain liquidity, and specifically for stablecoins, which is a big part of the Frax protocol. And so that's what got us super excited to see what Velodrome was bringing to Optimism and Aerodrome on base when it comes to the increased efficiency. But also, we have had a great relationship with the team in terms of their customer service, their customer experience. We see that Aerodrome, they really build their protocol as a platform and not just a liquidity protocol. So the great user experience, the great tooling that they add on top of the platform to make it super easy to connect to Frax's existing systems, to manage liquidity across multiple blockchains, that is what has made us stay and continues to grow the partnership in a big way moving forward.
Yeah,
love it.
It's pretty similar for us. As a protocol rooted in stablecoins from the early days, we were participants in Curve governance for several years. We built up a significant Curve governance position through StakeDAO and Convex, so we're very familiar with using voting power to direct emissions to liquidity pools and using sort of that strategy as a core principle. So when we evaluated and explored launching on Base, Aerodrome seemed like a very natural fit. We launched there right after Base mainnet went live, and I think a month after Aerodrome went live. So we had the opportunity to make an early investment and get a good VRO position, which means so far has paid off handsomely, not only in obviously by accrual, but also by giving us the tools to build the liquidity for our products on Base in a sustainable and reliable way. And innovations like Livestream's capital efficiency and how easy it is to auto-compound your voting power and having everything in one platform, as you mentioned, I think it's pretty invaluable.
Great. Denny, you focus on risk at Morpho, and we've seen borrows against CBBTC collateral over the past year on Morpho, on Base, grow past $1 billion. How did Aerodrome, what was the role that Aerodrome played in that growth?
Yeah, definitely a large role. As I mentioned in my first question, right, the VE Aero gauge system allows our curators to participate in the Aerodrome ecosystem, help direct rewards, and our curators are the ones that manage risk. They need to lend against different types of collateral, and to be able to do that comfortably, they need to be able to guarantee that liquidators will show up if the collateral moves against them. And with the VE Aero gauge model, being able to permissionlessly participate in that and kind of direct incentives to build up that liquidity ecosystem really enabled the product to grow. And it's not just the technical side of VE Aero, but it's also the subject matter expertise that the Aerodrome team brought. There's a whole host of different parameters AMM pools have, whether it's obviously the 2 tokens, the fees, the minimum tick size. You can parameterize these things any which way, and different pools have different kind of incentive structures. And so, the subject matter expertise we got from the Aerodrome team, how do we direct rewards to which pools to maximize liquidity, to minimize the slippage, to allow for liquidations to be profitable and smooth? We got plenty of help, both us and our curators. And it's what really, was one of the tenets and the core pillars that really powered the product to grow and exceed my expectations for its growth this year.
Cool. I want to switch to Will. Earlier in the day, we heard and we learned about Aero Ignition.
Yep.
But Syndicate was the first project to actually launch its token through Aero Ignition. That was a really bold move. What made you take the shot?
Yeah, so at the end of the day, we looked at it and we were like, this, being able to launch an Aero Ignition, being able to be one of the earliest projects is a lot of upside, and the worst case scenario is pretty much just the traditional model. So if you look at the traditional model of token launches, it's basically launch on a centralized exchange, give them a bunch of tokens to list you, and the higher tier of the centralized exchange you're listed on essentially determines your FTV. If you get a tier 1, you have a really nice FTV. If you get a tier 2, it's okay. If you get a tier 3, it's probably not a good FTV. And the centralized exchanges know this. So they can request lots of tokens and really charge quite a bit for the service. It's a very extractive game. Aero Ignition, on the other hand, is very grassroots. It's very community-driven. It's very market-driven. What we basically said is we took 1% of the token supply, and instead of giving that to centralized exchanges, we put it into the Aerodrome Ignition pool. And then the Aerodrome voters took an opportunity cost. They voted for our pool, not knowing the fees, not knowing any information about the tokens market reception. And they took that opportunity cost, and in exchange they got a share of those 1% of tokens. And then that creates a very market-determined FTV, which is really, really kind of like the purest form of crypto. We talked about free markets earlier. Like, markets should be determined by what the market thinks your price is, not based on other arbitrary metrics like the tier of the centralized exchange you're on. And we're like, worst case scenario, we can always go to the centralized exchanges and do a non-day one listing, which all the data shows tends to perform better anyway. So it was unequivocally a lot of upside, and definitely a tool that I would recommend to the vast majority of project teams in the space.
Great stuff. Can you actually expand a bit more on that potential misconception around like day one listing? The fact that sexes really want that day one listing because that's when most of the volumes happen. But what have you found like when you've discussed with those sexes?
Yeah, I mean, and I'm just going to speak broadly because every team is different, every project is different, every agreement is different. But broadly speaking, Aerodrome Ignition gave us the ability to say no to deals we didn't want to take because our FTV was not determined by the centralized exchange tier. It was determined by essentially the Aerodrome voters who had a supply of the tokens, airdrop recipients, which was over 100 projects in the ecosystem. And non-day one was not a problem for us. And if anything, it was unequivocally a good thing because the market determined like all the details of the token, and then the centralized exchanges followed. I think that when it comes down to it, in any negotiation, having an alternative is a good thing. And in Aerodrome Ignition, you have the alternative of DEX first, so you can say no to any sex that you don't want to take. That's a very good thing. That helps quite a bit. And then non-day one, in general, if you look at the data, tends to perform better than day one. So all of it stacks up to be a very good set of characteristics for your project when you decide to launch.
Great, great. Going back to you, Danny, I want to speak a bit about Morpho V2, which is set to go live a bit later. And I want to see or try and get your take on how that might influence liquidity and activity on DEXs.
Yeah, I think it will have a huge influence over time, and I think we can't even predict the kind of emergence of what will happen, but I'd like to kind of give a roadmap as best I can. For those unaware, I think the key tenets of Morpho V2 is fixed term and fixed rate lending. And as I talk to different players across the crypto ecosystem, as well as some more seasoned TradFi institutions, I think fixed rate is really the missing piece on lending on chain. And I think there's a lot of volume, a lot of users, a lot of liquidity on the sidelines for lending, waiting for fixed rate. And as this comes in, this will impact downstream the DEX liquidity in several ways. So one is, as I mentioned earlier, having smooth liquidations is the bedrock of safe lending on chain. And so as more and more people are willing to borrow and lend, there's going to be more incentives flowing into the DEX ecosystem, the more ability to partner, more ability to innovate on different ways of designing pools, of designing fee systems for LPs to capture more liquidity. There's just going to be a lot more attention on DEXs as lending grows, because that DEX liquidity is the cornerstone for keeping lenders safe. Additionally, fixed rate lending allows looping strategies to be much more measurable, because your fixed rate is locked in, so you don't have your kind of funding rate costs moving around you. So that could make looping a little bit more easy to model with the fixed rate side. In order to loop, you need DEX liquidity to effectuate that trade. So we're going to see more volume there. But I really, the beauty of crypto for me is emergence, right? New things get put online, and the community, the wonderful builders we have here on stage, as well as in the audience and watching remotely, will build. And I can tell you what I can predict, and I think my views there is kind of my solid views, but I'm really excited to see kind of what will be surprising, and so there will be plenty of use cases that I can't predict, and I'm really excited to see those, mostly.
Still having this risk analysis, how do you comp liquidity available on DEXs compared to RFQ liquidity?
RFQ liquidity is hard to measure. It's a little bit of a dark market. But I think that DEX liquidity is stickier than RFQ liquidity. You can always stop quoting, but there's a little bit more friction to move your capital off DEXs. So seeing DEX liquidity there, even if RFQ liquidity is available, seeing solid DEX liquidity is an important factor of, like I meant, a healthy liquidation ecosystem. And with DEX LPs, that's kind of one cornerstone. RFQ providers and market makers, that's another ecosystem. They all come together to build a strong ecosystem. And you really can't have a lopsided ecosystem. And you need everybody working together to build an ecosystem.
So they complement each other.
Yes.
And potentially you see that, I don't know, RFQ being better for certain types of assets, or more like RWAs or off-chain.
Yes. So I think that for example, RWAs that might have some sort of permission requirement, I think RFQs will be better. For permissionless assets, CB Bitcoin, wrap staked ETH, other assets, for those permissionless assets, DEXs are better. But you're going to see folks trying to work with permissioned assets on DEXs. You're going to obviously see permissionless assets on RFQ. There's going to be a mix of both. But yeah, that's how I see the complementary system work out.
Cool. Will, I want to speak a bit about, or get you to speak a bit about Syndicate. And tell us, looking ahead, what's next for Syndicate? Any really exciting developments upcoming?
Yeah, so a number of them. I'll survey them briefly. So Syndicate, those of you who took part in our Ignition launch may know, we're a platform that allows anyone to launch and scale rollups through what's known as horizontal scaling. So we see a world where there's many rollups, not a small number of giant chains. And the first thing we're focused on is getting a bunch of activity onto the chains that we work with. So that's about increasing throughput as much as possible. We have a path to 1 million TPS, we believe, for order book use cases, on-chain gaming, on-chain social, really high throughput use cases. We're working on Synd 2.0, led by our COO, Justin, who is essentially focused on how do we make it really easy to provision infrastructure for these chains, so they don't need to think about all of the details. Our network and our token incentives take care of that for them. And then the third thing we're thinking about is, with all this activity and all this infrastructure, how do we generate as much fees as possible for community members and token holders? And through things like, for example, custom block building, MEV that goes to the community instead of going to individuals. And I mean, Aerodrome, for example, just launched their rev engine. That's a great example where now Aero holders are getting revenue across all parts of the stack. And we're thinking to ourselves, our token design is very lovingly inspired by Aerodrome. We're thinking to ourselves, how do we ensure that all of those fees, where can we help? Where can we generate more fees? So we've been long-standing partners with you all. There's things we're excited about. But I'd say the third category is definitely, how do we increase revenue for token holders based on all of this great activity coming into the rollups?
Amazing. And yeah, we look forward to keeping that relationship and build together. Maybe a final question to Van and Vince. Any key lessons that you've learned about managing on-chain liquidity that you'd like to share to the builders in the room?
So from the Frax perspective, we really think about building on-chain liquidity as that foundation. It is not the finish line by any means. And so what I mean by that is your on-chain liquidity, that's the bedrock that everything gets built on top of. And so we see some teams that are thinking maybe a little bit short-sighted about trying to drive on-chain liquidity to see that TBL number go up. But you really need to think about that long-term roadmap and where that usage and adoption is going to be built on top of that on-chain liquidity that you're driving for. And so whether that's borrow and lending use cases or derivatives and perpetuals that get built on top of that foundation, that's the things that you should be thinking about as you build that roadmap and not just looking at that short-term number going up.
Yeah, I can second that thought. I think having a clear goal is sort of like the overarching theme here. Having a clear goal and be able to have a system in place to measure whether you're driving towards that goal properly. Like, I think using our own experience as sort of a lesson, we initially would pair with other projects and other assets that would be like similar profile to be able to leverage co-incentives and make our efficiency of incentives better, right? Like get more liquidity for less cost of capital. That's everyone's goal, right? But then we later realized that wasn't really the right goal to optimize for, where when you're trying to maximize utilization and use cases for leverage and in lending markets, as Vince mentioned, you really have to think about, okay, what I'm solving for here is I want to make it easy for users to get in and out of positions. Like if I have a lending market, I need to be able to facilitate liquidations, and those liquidators need to be able to get in and out of the assets. So that sort of like brought the light to having deeper exit pools rather than co-incentivized pools as a better way of accomplishing that goal, because deeper liquidity on key pools like USDC and ETH proved to be way easier for liquidators to get in and out and supported larger market caps on these lending markets.
Awesome. Well, this has been a really insightful discussion. Thanks very much for being here, for sharing, and I hope everyone in the room and on the stream has enjoyed it as much as I have. And we're truly grateful to have you guys as partners and look forward to your continued support.
Thanks so much.
Thanks so much.
Good. All right. Sounds like it. Let's go. All right. So I was going to do another thing here, but while I was backstage, Luis grabbed me and he said, I forgot something. So I am going to welcome back up Luis for one more thing. It happens, you know.
Thank you. Well, Alex, our expansion to Ethereum mainnet is just the beginning. Our vision is to unify liquidity globally, to make Arrow the network that powers every chain that matters. And with that, we're excited to announce 2 more networks that will join Arrow at launch: Syndicate and Arc. Syndicate gives developers the power to build custom app chains, letting every project run its own network with their own sequencers, rules, and economies. And Arc is a new layer 1 built by Circle, the world's largest regulated stablecoin provider. Arc is designed to serve as a global liquidity hub for the world's tokenized assets, offering users the ability to pay gas with stables and giving institutions native privacy tooling for compliance. Together, they will join Arrow's expanding liquidity network. For some perspective on how Arrow fits into Circle's broader ambitions for the on-chain economy, I'd like to play a message from its co-founder and CEO, Jeremy Allaire. Can we play his message?
Hey everyone, I'm super excited to be able to share some thoughts as part of this great gathering. I want to start just talking about a theme that we've been talking about for some time, which is the advent of the internet financial system. You know, when we founded Circle over 12 years ago, we had this core idea, and this idea was that we were going to see in the coming decades a collision of the internet, meaning open software, open networks, open protocols, distributed computing models, that core DNA, which makes the internet what the internet is. We're going to see the collision of that with the global economic system. And we had a lot of ideas for what that could evolve to be and what that would lead to. And that was, you know, at the core, a founding vision of the company, that collision was going to lead to effectively the building out of a new economic system and a new financial system that was rooted in an entirely machine intermediated, software intermediated structure, just like we've seen in communications and media and content and information and software and other areas. Now, what's amazing is, you know, we're sitting here today, 12 years later, and it's really coming to life. And it's coming to life at an accelerated pace, and truly a magnificent speed that we're seeing all these things happening. And we're seeing products like Aerodrome, we're seeing all of these on-chain infrastructures, we're seeing the breakout of legal clarity around the world on this, all happening and kind of simultaneously mutually reinforcing each other and leading to this incredible change. So Circle today, as we really ourselves kind of breathe life into this vision and strategy, we are building a full stack internet financial platform company. And our goal is to help support the development of this new internet financial system and ultimately to bring all economic activity natively onto the internet. And we think over the next 1 to 2 decades, that is exactly what's going to take place. And we're building that full stack internet financial platform really at 3 layers. And we're operating at those layers. And we're also working in a market neutral way with many other players at all of these layers, at each of these layers as well. So the foundational layer that we're working on now is Arc, which we really view as an economic operating system for the internet. It's a layer 1 public chain introduced in testnet in the past 2 weeks. We're excited to see Aerodrome participating in preparing their own applications and protocols for the ultimate launch of Arc. But this is a kind of operating system layer for fundamental primitives in the economic and financial system to be built up and operationalized. Now, obviously, we're very well established in the digital money layer of this new internet financial system, and we've always conceptualized, stable coins as they're now known. That concept didn't exist 12 years ago, but stable coins as full reserved, fiat-backed digital currency instruments, as well as now not just dollars but euros, but also tokenized government money fund structures, kind of providing the core money and liquidity layer that's needed for the financial side of this economic activity. And we are also recently stepping into the application layer, and we're doing that with CPN, which is as an application service, providing a way for financial intermediaries all around the world to have a comprehensive network for global payments and money movement that abstracts away a lot of the complexity of blockchains, stablecoins, cross-currency liquidity, and other things, So we're building at the application layer to ensure that the kind of full fruits of seamless global value exchange can happen for end user applications all around the world. Now, we're also operating, as I said, in these different layers of the stack in market neutral ways. At the blockchain layer, we support over 28 blockchain networks with our digital money instruments. Our application layer supports multiple chains. At the application layer, we provide our core money and liquidity services to enable these incredible applications like Aerodrome and other on-chain primitives and centralized finance infrastructures and the like. And similarly, at the stablecoin level, we're now providing infrastructure for asset issuers, for stablecoin issuers. And in fact, a significant number of local stablecoin issuers are launching on Arc. And we want to enable dollar stables, non-dollar stables, as well as tokenized asset issuers to be able to operate in this infrastructure and environment. In fact, virtually every tokenized money fund product natively uses USDC as a way to create and redeem those tokenized assets. And so we want to work across all of these layers. And it's here, obviously, that at the application layer, at the protocol layer, that Aerodrome has grown to play such a significant role in a very short period of time. And that's where, I think we think about liquidity as a fundamental building block for all of the internet financial system, and liquidity as a fundamental enabler. And so for us, that means deep primary liquidity. We've been able to build the largest stablecoin primary liquidity infrastructure in the world. We have enabled over $1 trillion of minting and redemption of digital dollars through that primary liquidity network that now exists in banking systems and real-time banking systems all around the world. And it's that digital dollar dial tone that is critical to enabling that foundational primary liquidity that so many people can build on top of. We've also focused a great deal on cross-chain and cross-application liquidity. And that's been through our investments in multi-chain infrastructure to make sure that our digital money primitives work on all of these different blockchain networks. And obviously, critically, the growth in and deployment of cross-chain transfer protocol, or CCTP, as a way to provide seamless cross-chain liquidity with the best possible speed, with the lowest cost, with extreme security and capital efficiency. And CCTP now is oftentimes around half of all cross-chain traffic. And enabling that cross-chain, cross-application liquidity is critical to the users who are interacting with all the applications and services and protocols around this. And then obviously we think about these as capabilities that allow applications and protocols that provide liquidity as a fundamental building block. And Aerodrome itself is a liquidity enabler for all. And we're seeing the way that this infrastructure is being built and integrated and deployed out is really exemplary of that. And it actually comes back to the early vision and idea that we had as a company, this idea that programmable money and composable and programmable money would become possible. There were no smart contracts in 2013. There were people ideating about this, but as that became possible and we were able to build a protocol for dollars on the internet with USDC, a core focus for us was we knew that programmability was core, and a fundamental part of the way we went to market, both as Circle, but also collaborating a lot with Coinbase in those very early days, which was to partner with the on-chain protocol primitives, partner with the DeFi protocols in lending, in decentralized exchange, in other areas of that very nascent DeFi world. And partnering with that was critical to creating the fundamental building blocks that have allowed the on-chain ecosystem to grow and become what it is today. And I think from my perspective, Aerodrome is an incredible example of executing on this and continuing to innovate in the models of on-chain liquidity, on-chain exchange, and the like. And it shows up in the numbers. Aerodrome is responsible for the highest USDC transfer volume of any tracked app in crypto. That's according to Artemis Analytics, and so have already become critical to that digital dollar liquidity in these on-chain markets. We've seen innovations in the execution of cross-currency transactions building on Aerodrome, where the ability to settle atomically in real time across dollar, euro, USDC, EURC, allowing for essentially payment versus payment delivery with fees amounting to 0.01% all in. That is comparable to the very best FX swaps, but with actual atomic delivery. And then obviously to the retail products that have been building in that space, like Wise, 26 basis points, Wells Fargo, 300 basis points. So the innovation's happening, and Aerodrome is building the primitives, building the liquidity primitives, building the protocol primitives to make that possible. And so I think we've been able to work with the team in bootstrapping liquidity on new chains like Base in very, very efficient ways. And we're seeing that now coming into other blockchain ecosystems as the kind of portfolio and distribution for Aerodrome expands. And so I'll just conclude by saying we're very grateful to be able to collaborate with such an amazing team that's innovating in so many ways and partnering together to marry our infrastructure, our digital money layers with their fundamental application and liquidity layers. And I think just, again, coming back to the starting point here, which is where are we in this journey? While Circle's 12 years in and others are different numbers of years into this, we are still in the very, very early days of this transformation of bringing the economic system onto the internet natively. And it is this group of innovators, it's this form of technology that is going to be central to that. And it's incredibly exciting to think that we're going to get into the trillions and trillions of dollars of activity over time. And we're just excited to see where this all takes us and to be able to work with so many of you as well. Thank you.
There's Jeremy Allaire. It's pretty exciting, huh? He's talking about some really, really big stuff. He's throwing around trillions of dollars. He's talking about the economic operating system of the internet. That means that any sort of transaction, any sort of value exchange, if it's happening online, it's happening on chain. It's something that we've been talking about really for a number of years now, right? I think it's an old idea, but I think we're starting to get to a place where we can actually get this. And the demands are high. We need on-chain infrastructure that can reliably outperform incumbents, make it better, faster, cheaper, so that people will actually start to use everything on-chain. So with me now are going to be some people who are directly involved in making this happen. We've got James Smith from the Ethereum Foundation. We've got Carl Florsch from OP Labs. He's also the visionary behind the superchain. Andrew Flockhart, who's from the Base chain at Coinbase, and Matt Stafford at Circle. Please help me welcome them. All right, thanks for joining me, everyone. First question, scaling the EVM. What does it mean? Where are we? Maybe we'll start with James, please.
Okay. I think scaling means three things. It's throughput, finality, and UX. But if I focus on the throughput, you've got two big bottlenecks. One is data availability for rollups. The other one is execution for finality. And you've got Justin Drake's Lean Chain coming, which will address the execution stuff with snarks. And then you've got the big upgrade coming in Fusaka, which will be 8x the blob space, which essentially means rollups will see dramatic changes in fees being reduced a lot. And to me, that's a real success of Ethereum coming through. The big unlock here, I think, is that this stops developers being constrained and users being priced out. So this unlocks gaming, micropayments, social, consumer apps. Everything becomes very easy to build, and the gas fees become very irrelevant.
Interesting. And I would say, well, maybe I'll ask Andrew. I mean, how are you thinking about this on the base level, seeing as how you're directly dealing with, I think, a lot of the builders and users who are kind of at the frontier right now?
Yeah, we think a lot about this. It's very topical today. We actually just raised our gas limit, so Base can now support 150 megagas per second. This is, as James said, like the throughput scaling that we've been investing in. James did a good job laying out the different technical pieces of scaling at a high level. At Base, we also are thinking about what scaling means from an access and distribution point of view. Like, we can scale as much as we want and hit amazing benchmarks on our laptops, if we want to show how many TPS theoretically we can do, but it really doesn't matter if we don't actually get 1 billion plus people around the world using the products and using the things that get built on chain. And so to complement all of the amazing scaling work that's being done in the industry, we're also really excited about promoting local stable coins as a way for people around the world to have easy onboarding. Base now has dozens of local stable coins, soon to be hundreds, hopefully, if we get every community out there in the world sort of able to be natively on-chain in their own home currency. And then scaling the ecosystem. And I was talking to folks in the audience today about how we can scale sort of support for our communities around the world. So all of that is kind of like, we shouldn't forget why we're even scaling, right? We're scaling so that we can bring this new financial system, this new platform.
It's great. It's like builders are not priced out anymore, and everybody can experiment, because no longer is this a barrier to entry.
Right. Yeah, great point.
And from an infrastructural level, where do you think are the current big roadblocks? What's preventing even more low fees, more access?
Well, I'm glad that you asked. Here, working on the OP stack. Okay, there is the hard truth about scaling a high-performance system, and that is that the bottlenecks are everywhere. You fix one bottleneck, you land with another one. You fix another, and you land with another. And so when we're here on a panel, it's very hard to talk about, okay, this particular thing. I could talk about state growth. That's a big issue. I could talk about single-threaded compute bottlenecks. That's a big issue. I could talk about introducing parallelism into the EVM. That's a big issue. I could talk about interoperability between chains so that liquidity can actually compose between the superchain, and we can have lending and borrowing and exchange cross chains and cross ecosystems to create this world computer that we're dreaming of. But those are a lot of words, and I forgot all of the things that I just said. But it's hard, and we just tackle it day by day. And in fact, just to build on something that you said, scaling, I'll talk about what scaling is not. Scaling is not saying, I have the new chain, which can do 15 bajillion transactions per second, or 20, or 100, or 1 million. Why is that a challenging thing to say? It's because all of these things, you show me a benchmark, you show me a TPS number, and I can figure out a way to hit it with some open source software and the right hardware configuration. So this is really the challenge in our industry, which is trying to sort through the Twitter narratives of high scale and actually get to delivering value to users like Base, like various chains that are actually bringing their assets on chain, bringing their users on chain, and scaling experiences for everyone. So anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to talk more about the commercial lens and a bit of what the folks are saying. But so we've spent the last 5 years working with top blockchain ecosystems, integrating native USDC, and kind of really working with these partners to kind of figure out how to really drive growth and user adoption and developer adoption. And through that experience, we've actually learned some of these pain points are. On the flip side, we've worked with the largest businesses and enterprises and TradFi companies and fintechs and PSPs to really understand directly from their perspective what's missing. Why haven't they adopted blockchain more? Because they know it's transformative and they understand why it makes sense, but there's some of these primitives which have just been missing so far. And so we're late to the party with Arc, but we've actually realized that there is an opportunity to kind of like tap into these not yet kind of addressed use cases and markets and Web2 users and kind of like institutional capital, which isn't yet there on chain. So I think we're building in a very purposeful way to try and expand the pie and bring on new demand and new liquidity, etc. And we want that to benefit the entire ecosystem and interoperability as well. will be a key piece of it all, but we've approached it from that direction with Arc.
So we've talked about performance. I want to now talk about neutrality, which seems to be another big angle here to hit. Something that is easily observed, and I think everyone here can imagine this, is you have a blockchain, you're associated with some sort of organization, and you want more people to come build on your chain, in your ecosystem. But some of these people might be competitors of yours. How do you credibly show these other organizations that, no, what I'm offering is actually something that is not going to compete with you or your business?
I would say there's two types of infrastructure. There's the infrastructure that nobody owns, or there's the infrastructure that owns you. And when I talk to lots of organizations, they don't want to build on somebody else's infrastructure, because the key questions you should be asking yourself is, can this business, can this infrastructure extract rent from me? Can this infrastructure change the rules on me? Can this infrastructure start competing with me if they see I'm successful? Will they start doing that? And we're all aware of platform risk in Web 2, and this is what, to me, Ethereum is trying to achieve with, once TPS disappears, you've got neutrality and resilience as the two moats that stand out. And that is why building on a neutral platform is such an important message to get out.
Yeah, I'll echo that, right? This is why Coinbase was attracted to build Base on top of Ethereum, because we would sort of want Base to be a credibly neutral place where other people can build even perhaps competitive businesses with Coinbase and be able to have the same guarantees of permissionless access, censorship resistance. This is why being a stage 1 and stage 2 decentralized rollup is important. And sort of something Ethereum provides.
I would say that I don't think organizations are ready for this 18-year-old coder from Spain to come and permissionlessly build something that's really innovative on their platform, which is going to be really, really fun to watch, because if you're sitting in a walled garden, that 18-year-old can't build something for them. And that's going to change, I think, a lot of the innovation coming in the space, and the whole reason that we're trying to build this infrastructure out.
Well, I see credible neutrality. Oftentimes, it begins with something that we can all agree on. And so I think we can all agree that we want to bring the world on chain. We want everyone to transact on chain. We want all businesses to transact on chain. And so the way that, at least with the superchain and with Optimism, the way that we have been thinking about it is we are facilitating that transition. We are giving every institution that wants a chain to bring their assets on chain. We want all of the users to have easy access to the tools and the infrastructure that allows them to transact on chain. And so this is why we are just sitting here trying to facilitate the transition and very excited to see it happen. And I think that is something that as a community we can, in a large way, rally around. And you see this exemplified with open source software, for example. The OP stack is open source. We can all build on top of it. Base is building on top of it. Uniswap is building on top of it. Everyone's building on top. Aerodrome is building on top of it. Very exciting.
Yeah, and so I guess right from the start of our business, Circle has been an open platform focused company. Because, credible neutrality has been key to us working with 25 plus blockchains. Given that we need to be principled in how we do that, we have very principled approach to how we kind of roll out native deployments. CCTP has been kind of this ubiquitous, very fair connectivity layer between blockchains for USDC. And even as we come to build Arc, in the design conversations we've had with these 100 plus design partners, talking to 15 banks who all have very different use cases, actually end up converging around a similar set of things they want to build. And so we don't want to do bespoke integrations and pick a winner and kind of like do these kind of like one-time things that preference one party over others. We will work with partners who are motivated and are actually interested in building real things that have real activity. But our goal with building an open platform is really to make that a canonical thing that other partners can also capitalize on, and really think about building an ecosystem like that. And just, ecosystems don't work unless you build the right platforms and the right primitives that foster that type of innovation across different segments. So that's our perspective as well with neutrality.
I guess I'll throw back at you for both Andrew and Matt. So you both work for large publicly traded organizations, right? And you've issued these blockchains. And you've both now as recently as today, both started to explore this idea of further decentralization through a token, right? Which, as we know, is this nice coordinating mechanism, that can back a lot of this stuff. How do you think about your neutrality as you're exploring these sorts of steps? And do you think that it helps? How much does it enter into the decision making?
Yeah, it's definitely a factor. For us, it's very important that base is able to be equitably owned, as a fundamental component of its decentralization by anyone around the world, right? And so token explorations sort of are allowing us to look at what that could mean. Because it's sort of fundamentally sort of just the next step in sort of the principle of, again, credibly neutral, permissionless infrastructure for the world.
Yeah, similar for us as well. We really believe in, we're going to take a very intentional approach to how we build out our initial validator set. And we want that to be representative of the different types of activity and the different types of partners on the network. So everything from the different range of DeFi partners to large capital markets players to banks. So I think it's going to be a tricky line to draw because to some extent we are going to need to focus on specific use cases and types of activity. But I think it's more the way that we do that. We are going to approach it in a way which is equitable and fair, and with the platforms that we build are going to be built in a principled way that really is open and permissionless and allows anyone to build. So it's more, there's a danger for us to kind of pick winners and use potential kind of token allocations in ways that necessarily kind of preference certain partners. But I think we plan and have a very strong focus on kind of making sure we do everything in a very equitable, fair way, which is very kind of ecosystem centric.
I mean, I think it's great. It's an unprecedented move for corporations to be getting into this sort of stuff. I was speaking with Omid earlier today, and he was saying that if you are trying to enter into crypto, trying to enter into the on-chain economy, and you're expecting to do business the way that you always have, you're probably going to fail. And I think getting into there and anticipating a certain danger that comes from this sort of activity, I think it's brave. I think it's great, and I think it probably is ultimately going to be necessary in a lot of domains. So I think that's fantastic. Another element of scaling is composability, connectivity, interop. I'm going to kick it actually directly to Carl first. Tell me about the state of interop.
State of interop in development. We are actually really seeing a huge amount of progress across the ecosystem. Obviously, there is interoperability solutions with intents that across Ethereum, it's becoming easier and easier to transact. Obviously, the superchain, we're also developing an interop solution that is, bridge risk-free and low latency. And I think that we're starting to really see a kind of convergence around on-chain as being a unique and unified experience. And I think that this is something that we kind of whittle away at as we talk about the superchain, all the chains kind of converge into a single experience. But that is, I think we're starting to really see it with everything from, lending cross-chain, exchange cross-chain, intents cross-chain, and the thing that we can do to, get to the end of the line is, well, ship native interop with the superchain, and also ship the various efforts that we're seeing across the Ethereum ecosystem, and enable the experience.
Yeah, I'd love to hear you elaborate on that, James, because interop is very much, I think, a recent, kind of, I think, public push by the EF. So, kind of curious how you think about it.
But if I focus on the things I think it unlocks, I think interop, because for a blockchain to work really well, having multiple different assets that you can do things with becomes way more innovative. So you just had a project put some uranium. You can now buy spot uranium in physical storage, for example, and then you can interact with tokenized stocks as well. And if you see the number of companies that are tokenizing things, the volume is going through the roof. This all works once interop starts working as well. And you're just going to start to see that innovation happen as well, as people build multi-asset vaults and things like this on top. So interop is really, really important for every ecosystem to win, I think.
By the way, I do think that credible neutrality and interop are incredibly related because everyone can and should agree that through interoperability, we are growing the pie. And I want to acknowledge that growing the pie and being in an industry where you can deploy something and someone else who's competitive with you can actually consume that and you both benefit is an amazing thing because we can actually be friends on this panel as opposed to mortal enemies. Period.
I'll just extend that. You know, it's very important. It's one of Base's values that Base is a bridge and not an island. And so interop, this is why we're drawn to superchain interop and working with Optimism and the OP stack. This is why we're developing a Base bridge that can link any other L1. So we're starting with Solana soon, but any L1, be it EVM or not, is something we want to have interoperability with. And we think actually parts of the OP stack interop are applicable and sort of able to be reused for this. So we're really excited about that. The other thing is, like, let's not stop at all the blockchains. Like, let's be interoperable with all of TradFi as well, and get Swift and ACH and whatever other rails plugged into this stuff, so that we can bring the world on chain.
Yeah, and I would totally agree with that because obviously Circle, since we did our first integration, we realized that a key piece of the puzzle was how do you connect all these different blockchains and make transferring, starting with USDC super fast, seamless, trustworthy. And so, yeah, we've seen the success of that and the importance of that across, literally like all these, trillions of dollars of kind of on-chain transactions. But I think what has been noticeable as well is kind of like as we've been designing use cases for ARC with the top banks, with TradFi, Capital Markets Place, so all these old chains and kind of like all sorts of kind of like archaic things, they also want the same thing. It's literally one of the top kind of like principles and topics that's come up in every conversation. So I think we've realized that kind of like doubling down on one of these core kind of like traits that we built our entire kind of business on and the USDC network on is going to be incredibly important. And so we're actively thinking about how do we work with CCTP to expand the payload for that, the different assets that can be passed through CCTP, as well as working with top kind of like bridge partners as well to kind of facilitate different types of assets. Because I think it's a critical need for the entire ecosystem in the market, and there's a bunch of different ways to do it. And I think there's not one size fits all, but we agree. Like it's a core design principle as we build out, our key ecosystem as well.
Yeah, this is great. I think we got everybody who's more or less an infrastructure provider up on the stage. I mean, Base is kind of full stack, I guess, but everyone here is all working toward getting this thing to scale, getting this thing out to everybody. And yeah, we're all really just trying to work on the same basic project. So it's great to have everyone here.
There's enough like private blockchain examples that have that meme of do something because it's stuck in its own little world, right? Whereas Interop unlocks this and it'll be on a bigger scale too.
I think that's fantastic. So thanks so much for your time up here. This is great.
Yep,
please give a hand.
Thanks.
Thank you. This is awesome.
All right, so for this next panel, we've got kind of a full house. As you see, we're going to have 5 panelists here. These are institutional partners of ours, people who are capital allocators, investors, people who have been thinking a lot about Arrow, about the fundamental model. They've heard a lot of news today. You've heard a lot of news today. We'd love to get their take on what they have heard. So please help me welcome Austin Barrick from Relayer Capital, Sean Farrell from Fundstrat, Sunny Shi from Syncrasy, Jake Lynch at L1D, and Katie Talati from Arca. So, first question is the obvious one. A lot of news. What did you all think?
Really exciting. I had a lot of theories about what today could entail, and I think the expansion to all of these additional EVM networks and increasing the addressable market is really exciting, and also aligning the interest between Velo and Arrow and bringing them together. But I maybe didn't think enough about the potential upgrades to the product side, because in my mind, that's one of the most interesting things in terms of how much Aerodrome is advancing on that front as well.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it was a very exciting announcement. I've followed the team so closely for so long. Nothing surprised me greatly, but it's great to see all of this come to fruition and see what I view to be the optimal
tokenomics package for the three stakeholders within a DEX environment, expand and try to win market share and improve out its model in the broader crypto market.
Yeah, it's pretty clear you guys have been cooking pretty hard over here. The Dromos team seems to be really on top of it. You guys have clearly listened to a lot of what the crypto space wants. The UX improvements are interesting. I think the revenue improvements are the really valuable stuff. And so, yeah, I'm really excited to see where this goes.
Yeah, I agree with everything everyone said, and not to totally copy or piggyback on that, but I do think the UX improvement is really important, because in this space, just as Louis from the foundation was showing us, like the fact that we have to go to like several different sites and click in all these different windows, no one wants to do that. And if you're actually going to onboard retail like users, if we're actually going to get this super DeFi app that everybody is using worldwide, you need it to be simpler. We just can't keep going with like all these complicated things using two hot wallets. It's not going to work.
Yeah, I think we had a conversation, Chris or Jack, a few months ago about what we want to see from the Arrow story, like how we want to see it evolve. And I think the two biggest things we talked about was like, how do we not just tell people that the Arrow model is sustainable? Like, how do we actually go out and show them it's sustainable? How do we see this happen in practice? And the second thing was, how do we evolve Aerodrome and Velodrome's story and make it larger than just being a DEX on base or a DEX on optimism? And I think you guys nailed both of those points today.
I do think that there's this general question about value accrual, and it's still one that isn't adequately explored across the crypto ecosystem. How has value accrual broadly influenced your thinking about investments over the last year? And how much do you think the investor class typically currently appreciates this, or are they more interested in flows, unlocks, a lot of the things that would be historically have been associated with the crypto space?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and I think it depends upon like the class of investor and which investor or trader you ask in the market. Over time, as crypto has become more institutional and you've had more, I don't know if sophisticated is the right word, but investors that are focused on fundamentals, I think that becomes increasingly important, as well as the idea of token holder rights or understanding the value that token holders receive. I think in the last year, that's been a really big part of how flows have moved in terms of what are the protocols that are generating meaningful revenue, that's sticky, and there's a clear sense that that value is directed to token holders. And when I first started digging deep into the Aerodrome ecosystem, this was actually at ECC in Brussels in 2024, and I was at a dinner with Alex, and we were seated at different tables, and we were just leaving at the same time, and he was telling me more about Arrow as we were walking out, and it ended up being like a slow 25-minute conversation as we were like leaving little by little. But the idea that there's no investors, no private investors and unlocks from that, and the team exposure is entirely through lock tokens that can't be sold, and the incentive is from the cash flow of those tokens to both continue to grow the protocol as well as to compensate the team, is just a fundamentally different model, and something that I think is one of the most unique things about Arrow. And I think you guys have clearly continued to move in that direction with some of the announcements today.
Yeah, I mean, look, I sit in a pretty unique seat. We're, by trade, a independent research shop that caters to both TradFi and crypto native, and a lot of clients that sit on the spectrum from TradFi to crypto native. And so I take a very macro first approach to investing and to advising clients. And fundamental to that is understanding flows. And so I do think flows are still paramount to investing, broadly speaking. But in TradFi, there are rights that shareholders have. And while passive flows, systematic flows are more greatly influencing asset performance in TradFi over the years, there's still that those shareholder rights and the promise of future cash flows that those flows ebb and flow around. And the assets that get the most flows in the equity market are the ones that, promise the most cash to shareholders over time. And so, I think it's great to have protocols, finally focusing on token holder rights and, giving folks, a reason to hold the token. It's made my job a lot easier. And, I'm excited to consider Arrow as one of the, I would say, few investable tokens within the broader token universe because of that fact. One of the most exciting parts about today's announcement, I think, was the Momentum Fund. I know I had conversations, with yourself and the team historically about, assuring folks or assuaging concerns over the reflexivity of the token and perhaps, dampening some of the vol in the token. I think installing these buybacks and burns and doing it in a smart fashion, I think, is a very smart and genius way to go about it.
Yeah, I think we have an interesting insight on this. For those not familiar with L1D, on our liquid strategy, we're the most active allocator to hedge funds in crypto. And so we get to speak to all of the managers in the space. And, following the meme coin era, quite frankly, hedge fund and serious managers were exhausted. Like momentum trading, narrative trading, it's not a very sustainable edge. And so, earlier this year, Louis from our team worked with Thea and Blockworks to put together the token transparency framework. And this is, the beginning of what we saw of like kind of this resurgence of let's focus on value accrual. This is one of the more impressive pushes I've seen to really just give token holders that belief, that confidence in what they're actually holding in the long term. And so, I think to talk about like how many tokens we think are in this universe, quite frankly, it's, maybe 10, right, at most. And so, it's quite exciting.
Yeah, I would just say, especially in the last 6 months, there's definitely been pressure on projects in the space to really show that there is some sort of value accrual. I know we, talked about the news yesterday or Monday of Uniswap finally, introducing their fee switch, and it's very clear that projects are, feeling more comfortable with the regulatory regime, but also understanding the investor appetite. It's not in, as you said, the meme coins. It's not in necessarily the narrative and kind of what is just on momentum. We really need projects that are revenue producing, that are offering some sort of value. Otherwise, the kind of promise of tokenization and, on-chain finance, what was the point?
Yeah, I think, we're still in crypto, and so I'm not going to sit here and say that value accrual is the end-all be-all today. I think it's kind of a deferred solution for most protocols out there. I mean, we just saw Zcash pull a 50x with, I don't know, revenue isn't really a factor for a thesis like that, but I think for something like an exchange, it is relatively important that you commit something today just to show that you're willing to work with us through this process towards whatever that deferred solution may be. If that's any sort of initial buyback, that's great. And I think with the Uniswap proposal this week, essentially every major exchange in DeFi now has some sort of value accrual mechanism at least planned. And I think that's a big step. And the regulatory environment is still relatively unclear. And I think that's a fine reason to kind of let this process evolve of how we deliver value and utility to tokens. But I think for a protocol like Aerodrome, which is kind of front-loading the solution and figuring this out, not only now, but you guys have been doing this for the past few years of trying to figure out how to make Aero a valuable token with real utility. I think that's probably worth something. And it might not be worth something to DeFi Dad 17 on CT, but it's worth something to Coinbase Ventures or Wintermute. And I think there are going to be more and more of those participants that come into this market looking for something like this. And I think it's definitely valuable that you guys have kind of put the DeFi industry, not on your back, but you've kind of been a leader in the space of pushing for real value accrual.
Yeah. Do you think that, so we've talked about, all right, there may be 10 investable tokens according to this framework. Most of the investors that we've seen in the space are people who are largely native to the industry. I think there's always this open question of, well, what is it going to take to bring the outside traditional finance dollar into the industry? What's actually required? Is there going to be some moment or some other watershed action done by a large project that finally gets people in? I can throw this out to anybody, but I'm curious for anyone who's speaking to people who are interested in the space, don't know how to allocate, are waiting for something. What exactly is on their mind?
Yeah, look, I can start. Frankly, I don't think we're going to see a desk at Goldman come into crypto and say, yeah, we're better at underwriting these things. When you look at some of the token economics here, in a protocol like Arrow, it's complex and there's intricacy to it, and that allows people to have edge and to generate alpha in there. But the best way to do that is from the people who are currently in crypto. And so I think what we'll see is, TradFi looking at this space and seeing a lot of the talent that has been built up here. Potentially we borrowed the talent from TradFi at some point. A lot of people have come into the industry and developed their edge there. And these people going back and being kind of like the bridge between these two industries from a capital standpoint.
Yeah, I think the economic model that Arrow has and the yield that it's generating is one of the things that over time, as people move down the spectrum of, all right, this is what Ethereum is, and this is what Solana is, and this is what Aave is, and they go further down the stack, it's going to be very, very simple to understand, where you look at VE Arrow as an asset that's generating 30% APY. That's a 3x PE multiple for anyone that's investing in traditional equities. And you can also make a similar comparison to looking at Arrow as maybe something that's similar to equity versus VE Arrow as something that's similar to a preferred equity. And when you look at how value has changed over time, you can even see that in the discount rates in the secondary market for VE NFTs, where that had been trading in 30-40% discount for locked tokens versus unlocked tokens. Now that's 18%. So you can see that there's increasing demand for this yielding asset, and it creates, in my mind, a floor on what the valuation should be. And as more investors that are interested in cash flows come into crypto, that'll expand the multiple in the fund's view. So I think that's something that once you improve the user experience and the analytics and the clarity around how this all comes together, which I'm really excited that you guys did in this third version of Aerodrome, it's something that should resonate pretty broadly.
Yeah, I mean, just listening to these two, it's pretty clear. I think the wrong framework is people coming into crypto. I think both worlds are merging. I mean, we're talking about cash flows, yield, dual share classes. I mean, all of these are concepts that are very familiar to TradFi, more broadly. And so I actually view both worlds merging together, right? I think you're going to have equities come on chain. You're going to be able to program risk a lot better with a lot of these different protocols, these on-chain protocols, and folks will realize what these protocols can do for specifying and managing risk. And over time, I think obviously these core protocols that have strong fundamental value accrual to these tokens, those will be considered in that same equity bucket, right? It's just programmable equity, more or less, that is open source and managed by a broad constituent of decentralized participants. And so, I view it more as both worlds kind of merging together, and I think this announcement today is another good step towards that merge.
If we're thinking about TradFi and crypto merging, a lot of these concepts starting to melt together, there's been this notion of internet capital markets, right? This idea that people will now be able to go to crypto to be able to bootstrap funds for their treasuries and build, honest to God businesses at some point, right? I'm kind of curious. I mean, today, do you think that that crypto is a better place to do fundraising than venture typical capital markets? And if not, what is actually required for this promise to be realized?
I think it really depends on the product. Because at the end of the day, if you're going to be going after any type of like a retail audience, doing like any type of fundraise on chain is great because you can essentially give people those equity rights or the kind of the reward for being a customer of your product. But if you're a B2B type of product, you're selling SaaS software, that's going to be really hard to get people excited about buying a token and raising money for you. However, on the other end, you might pitch a VC investor, you know, that's a pretty traditional business, and they're like, oh, this is great, and you'll get acquired at some point in the future by whatever, Oracle, Salesforce, et cetera. So I really think it depends just on the type of product. And generally in crypto, we have seen mostly retail-focused products or retail brands try to use tokenization, you know, to that advantage to like raise money.
Have they worked?
I think in some cases they have. I'll be honest, I've seen so many launches and I just don't think anybody's really done it correctly. I think that you have to be very careful, especially with retail investors because they're not sophisticated. A lot of them, it might be their first time investing. Most of us don't realize, like, you have to give them a lot more education. And then depending on kind of what you're raising for, you have to be really transparent with them as well. I mean, that's just like the part of the community management, right? Which I do think in general, crypto markets do better. Like early stage companies don't give you like weekly updates on how they're doing. That's just not how that works. But that's how we've come to be okay with that in crypto. And we have Discord chats, community moderators, all that stuff.
One thing I expect to see as we're kind of in the year of the launch pad here, right? And one thing I expect to see as we start to see companies coming on chain earlier and earlier in their life cycle is kind of the emergence of like investor relations as a service, teams that will work with early stage teams to help them communicate more to the public. Because you see at large publicly traded companies that these IR teams could be 500 people. It's a really intense job, and it can be traumatic to some founders. And so being able to outsource this at the early stage, I think, will be an area that we'll see emerge.
Yeah, we've encountered a little bit of that too. I think in general, there are some cases where there are a lot of frequent updates, but as a structured process that new crypto projects go through, I think we're still just in very, very early innings. And I think as an exchange, it would be very interesting to see a lot more of these projects say up front what their token is going to do, what the business is, what are the terms of their listing, which market makers are going with, what are the terms of that, what sorts of fees they're paying out. I mean, I think once we start to get rid of some of that opacity, we start to actually see a little bit more capital markets activity, as it were. We got about a minute left. This is a very quick lightning round. Everyone talks about real-world assets. Everyone's got wild ideas over which asset class is going to be the first to come to market. I just want to know, what do you think is going to first hit scale on chain?
I'll start. Yeah, I mean, I think yield has already hit scale. We're seeing T-bills in an enormous size, and that expanding further on to carry trade products and others. I think the next iteration is FX markets and yield specific to those FX markets, and then you can start to have carry trade products across FX versus just like crypto funding rates. But this is a global market, and I think we need to bring in the local currencies of more of those users.
Yeah, you took mine, Austin. FX does, I think something like 10 trillion in turnover daily. It's a massive market, and I think it, will solve be one of the solutions for that last mile of, enshrining that all fiat currencies move on stablecoin rails. Because right now you still need to on-off ramp. If you're in Mexico receiving U.S. dollars and you want to convert that to pesos to use in your local environment, if you can just go to Aerodrome and convert that on chain, I think that would be huge, and obviously would be a huge windfall for the protocol that demands the market share in FX.
Historically, we've seen some really poor attempts at trying to bring real estate on chain. I think in the next year we'll see this emerge as one of the biggest RWA asset classes. You're starting to see it already with Figure. I think in the next 6 to 12 months you will see it being a billion-dollar asset class.
I actually think private credit more because it is such a low liquid market in the traditional traditional securities world. And so the benefit of bringing things on chain, having 24/7 liquidity, is that you might actually have better liquidity. So those are the, yeah.
I think on FX, just to add to it, you know, the other thing I'm excited about, which I'll get into, is equities. But I think market structure today on chain versus market structure in the traditional finance world for equities is just there's a massive chasm there. And I think with FX and stablecoins, you can say today that the infrastructure we have on chain is just as good, if not better, than what we have in a traditional Web 2 sense already. And so I think that will actually be one of the first meaningful forms of external assets that we can bring on chain and have people actually engage with. And even today, stable swap volumes on Uniswap and Aerodrome, you know, they're growing. And so I think that's something that we're watching closely for the near term. Equities on leverage, I think, has to happen. And I think there's no good place to get 100x exposure to the S&P or NVIDIA anywhere else. Whether or not we need that in society is another question entirely. But we can have it on chain, and there are some hurdles that will need to be crossed in multiple different avenues for that to happen. But I do think that is probably the one thing that has the most PMF crossover with the type of people that we see in crypto today. And so those are the two things that I'm the most excited about.
Cool. That's a surprisingly large breadth in options. So let's list all of them. Let's do it. Thanks so much.
Great.
Please give me a hand.
Are almost at the end of our day. I know it's been a long one, but I wanted to talk about one more thing here. So this afternoon, we heard from builders, ecosystems, and institutions. And each of them gave different but valuable perspective on what the MetaDex 03 and the launch of Arrow means for them. But of course, no conversation about Ethereum and the future of low-risk DeFi products is complete without the voice of the man who made it all possible, Vitalik. And since we have already spent too much time, probably, talking about Arrow and the broader ecosystem, we asked him to focus specifically on Ethereum and DeFi and the role that this will all play. Let's play the video.
Hello to Dromos Labs and hello to the Ethereum DeFi community. So this year, I think, has been a very exciting year for DeFi on Ethereum. And the last few years in general have brought so much in terms of greater security, greater maturity, a greater number of choices for what kinds of projects of different types to participate in. And I think even, despite incidents like the balancer hack, if you zoom out and just look at all of the charts, it's a night and day difference to the kind of security that you can expect in 2025 versus if you compare to something like 2020 or 2019. And I think this greater maturity is really enabling a sea change in what DeFi can be for today. Basically, we're seeing a transition from DeFi primarily being something that is more speculative and that is about earning a large amount of money, but at a very high risk, to something that really has a much lower risk, I think, for a significant number of people worldwide, plausibly lower risk to participate in DeFi than to do the exact same thing in a fiat money and banking system where your money can be taken away from you by a bank failure, a political decision, and all kinds of changes in circumstances at any time. And what we've seen, I think, is a growth in more and more cases of people, institutions, all kinds of users around the world, like actually using this as their primary bank account. And I think that's been a really amazing sea change, right? That DeFi as a tool for savings is finally viable. So a lot of other things have been happening recently. I think one other exciting thing is scaling, and we've been seeing scaling happen on both L1 and L2. So gas limit is going up, and L2s have been seeing hundreds and even thousands of TPS. Projects like Lighter have gone all the way up to, I think, about 10,000 TPS at one point. And with the right kind of engineering, that level of scaling is open to anyone to build today. And so a lot of promise. I think also it's really important for Ethereum DeFi to really maintain and build and improve upon the core properties that have made Ethereum be Ethereum from the beginning. So this includes things like open source, following open standards, building for interoperability rather than a walled garden, censorship resistance, passing the walk-away test, so building something where even if your company and you disappear, users still have all of the tools that they need to easily take all of their money out and do that safely. I think that's one of the just clearest tests that you can think of to see, is something actually decentralized. One exciting frontier to look at is to explore privacy. So the Ethereum world has been looking quite a bit at privacy for payments. A lot of success for projects like Privacy Pools, Railgun, the Hincal wallet, and a lot of projects exploring privacy for DeFi. And Railway has a DeFi, a private DeFi as well. So a lot of open space to build a lot more exciting things there. Also a lot of room to really experiment with building with both L1 and L2 in mind, and using L1 as the hub for liquidity, and at the same time using the L2 to get large gains in scalability. So a lot of really valuable things to work on, and just a lot of potential to really build things that bring real financial freedom and financial safety to the world. So let's go and build and do that. So thank you, guys.
So a big thank you to Vitalik for being a part of today. The truth is, nothing we talked about today would have been possible without him, or for that matter, all of you. So whether you stuck it out in this room all day or you've been watching on the live stream, thank you. And I just want to take a few more minutes of your time and close with some very brief thoughts. Today, we have talked a lot about the promise of the space and the incredible opportunity that we have in front of us. I hope now there is no doubt that we are indeed entering a new economic era. But whether or not it is a better one is up to all of us. We are not just up against some of the most entrenched and most well-resourced interests the world has ever seen, but forces much more powerful: cynicism, doubt, and the very human bias for the familiar. This is why we as an industry must be better. It is why we must build better systems, not just because it is right, but because they win. And our very presence on this stage, and think back to that small group of anonymous people in a Discord, it is living proof of that. Now, I believe that I speak for everybody at Dromos and Aero when I say we did not enter this industry to exit it. We entered it to change it, to help bring it back to its first principles. Delivering common infrastructure that delivers uncommon value to everyone. This is the new meta we are here to create. And MetaDex 03 and the new Aero are just a part of this story. We are so honored and so grateful to be writing it alongside all of you. So finally, thank you so much for joining us today. Let's get back to work. As Jesse says, it is still indeed day one. So happy hour is now open in the auditorium, and we'll see you guys soon. Thank you.